Okay, I got the sign. First, before we begin with Anna's lecture, there's a change of schedule. The Goran Vranešević lecture was unfortunately had to be cancelled. So the way we'll solve it is we'll squeeze it into one longer session. So we'll move Aleksei Krouglov's lecture to 1 o'clock after Igor Cvejić, and so we'll be over by 2, and we'll have a free afternoon. Now let's begin again properly the third day. Anna Enström is assistant professor of aesthetics at Södertörn University, Stockholm, and visiting lecturer at the Royal Institute of Art and Konstfack University of Arts, Stockholm. Her research is specialized on the aesthetic thought of Immanuel Kant, post-Kantian theories of art and contemporary critical theory, with particular focus on the aesthetic character of philosophical conceptuality. She's currently working on a postdoctoral project focused on Kant's lectures in physical geography entitled On the Critical Force of Sensibility, Reassessing the Universal Perspective Within the Arts, supported by the Royal Swedish Academy of Sciences and hosted by Aarhus University, Denmark. The title of her lecture today is A Peace Without Peace, Kant's ewiger Friede, and the light, peace sculpture from 1995. Anna, the floor is yours.
Thank you. And thank you, Martin, and all other organizers for inviting me to consider these themes and the ewiger Frieden, as my work has primarily been on the third critique and anthropology. This was a new opportunity for me to think other things, so I'm very grateful for that. And I also would like to thank the artists Misha Kubal and Susanna Podgoric for the kind of artistic framing of these events. Just as Kubal's light installation outside and Boric ruin collage kind of both brings up elements that this piece of art that I will talk about today kind of uses. So that was just a weird coincidence. I would also like to thank all the previous speakers because I will echo perhaps some of the thoughts that have been brought up, but in a much less technical and sophisticated manner. So all connections you may make will be, I think they must be credited to these previous speakers and not to me. With that said, I will just begin. So in May 1995, millions of people across the world were commemorating the 50th anniversary of the end of World War II, and in Europe, the liberation from German fascism. At the same time, the deadliest conflicts since 1945 were, of course, raging in Europe, and the escalating situation in the former Yugoslavia would culminate in the Srebrenica genocide later that summer. In this paper, I will reflect on what I identify as a characteristic ambiguity in Kant's concept of peace as ewiger Frieden, and I will do this by returning to 1995 and the light installation that was performed on the beaches along the west coast of the Danish Jutland Peninsula on the evening of May 4th. The work, entitled The Line the Light by Danish artist Ellemia Ejdrup Hansen, was part of a large-scale public art project named Peace Sculpture 95, commemorating the 50th anniversary of Danish liberation. It is, of course, completely coincidental that the 50th peace anniversary of World War II and the bicentenary of ewiger Frieden coincide in time. But possibly both the anniversary and the wars in the Balkans, although in contrasting ways, contributed to the significant attention that Kant's peace text received this year. So in 1995, at least 8 major essay collections were published in English, German, and French, and ewiger Frieden was also the theme of the International Kant Congress in Memphis. So in sharp contrast to the essay's centenary in 1895, when Kant's international ideals did not align well with the nationalism of Wilhelmine Germany, This resurgence in the 1990s was generally in step with the changes of 89, which from a liberal point of view optimistically seemed to promise a new cosmopolitan world order, implemented through the victory of liberal democracy and the directives of the global market economy. So this year, in 2024, as we celebrate Kant's own tricentenary, the signs pointing towards a cosmopolitan constitution of peace seems, to say the least, to be discouraged by phenomena like oligarchic erosion of liberal democracy, populism, democratic backsliding, both on a domestic and international level. And according to the latest Oxfam report, it is precisely that same economy, once held by the market-enthusiastic policymakers in the 90s as a sign of progress towards cosmopolitanism, that has led to today's extreme global inequality, which rather undermines international cooperation, creating a situation of rising global tensions and conflicts. And with the new president-elect in the US, this spiral seems only to increase in force. But however, for this, Kant is not to blame. So my engagement with Kant's ewiger Friede today holds a much narrower view than issues of international politics and the validity or specific applications of the principles of republicanism, federalism, and cosmopolitanism. I will simply dwell on the surface of this text. As we know, the surface is the outermost part of something, the layer that separates it from its surroundings. And by being the side that first meets the eye, the surface, metaphorically, often represents a flattening simplification or a presumed lack of substance. Especially when compared with the significant meaning generally associated with its opposite, depths. So, however, much like the Earth's surface, a dynamic yet solid ground, the surface also serves as a mediator between content and context. It is a site from which one can depart to bring forth and revisit concepts and ideas from the depths. So my inquiry will consider three aspects of the surface, or rather one. But firstly, I'm primarily concerned with the surface layer that the essay's title establishes. That is the character of den ewigen Frieden. However, I only touch on the surface then of the complex issues of posed by the relationship between politics and ethics, as well as the connection between the cognitive and political order regarding the peace text. And thirdly, I will also briefly attend to the only surface Kant himself operationalizes in the peace essay, the Earth's surface itself, the Kugelfläche, surface as spherical surface of our world. So, understood as the world of the senses, mundus, phenomenon, the world is that whole which the critique of pure reason describes as the sum of all that can be perceived by the senses, the sphere of all possible experience. So even though the world as a, quote, absolute whole of all appearance can therefore only be an idea, that is a necessary concept of reason to which no corresponding object can be given in sense experience, this world, likewise, in all its diversity and unrepresentability, is the most fundamental fact that conditions and motivates both epistemic and moral orientation. So similarly, an ewigen Frieden foremost seems to bear meaning within the realm of lived life. At least that is how I interpret Kant's ironic opening in the peace text with the image of the cemetery on the sign of the inn. So contrary to what some critics make of this remark and this term, ewig, I do not read Kant's use of ewig as phrasing with solely like religious overtones in line with death's utopian afterlife. As I hope to show, reading ewigen Peace in tandem with Kant's characterization of the philosophical praxis of critique highlights the connotation as always on the way, in life, never complete and as something of the present. thereby tying any definition of what an implemented act of peace would be to the specific historical and material conditions of its actualization. So by returning to 1995 and Eidrup Hansen's peace sculpture, I will now try to illuminate how this duplicity of ewiger Frieden as both a metaphysical concept and a social praxis in the present emphasizes this inherent negativity within Kant's concept of peace. The negativity promoting it as a continuous praxis, a peace without peace, analogous to the processual nature of critique itself, described by Kant in the 3rd chapter of the Transcendental Doctrine of Method as a philosophical praxis that can never be fully realized but must continually be pursued. I draw on the aesthetic then to exemplify the duplicity and conjoined negativity of peace with the line delight, since for Kant it is only within this realm that the sensibly perceivable can kind of testify to the unrepresentable. And to borrow a phrase from Eric Alliès and Antonio Negri, much like art, peace is a praxis caught up in a becoming that enriches what it takes hold of. So, end of introduction. So when confronted with images and testimonies of war's devastation, by its mere absence, peace emerges as one of the most concrete conditions for life itself, for life as living. Yet the concept of peace is also of a nebulous nature, making it the white whale not only of international politics, but likewise within the domain of artistic representation. However, in sculptural interpretations, one can often discern a tendency, or rather a convention, to represent peace as a fixed ideal associated with a set of equally ideological fixed values like dialogue, tolerance, nonviolence, dedication, etc. And it's hardly surprising that two of the most iconic examples, now I will do my sign for a switch of backdrop to my presentation. That two of the most iconic examples of this design convention are located at the New York headquarters of the UN, whose founding principle, as we know, also bear Kantian fingerprints. So at the entrance of the UN Plaza stands Carl Friedrich Reuterswärd's Non-Violence, or The Knotted Gun from 1984. It is a bronze sculpture of a .45 caliber revolver with its barrel tied in a knot, created after John Lennon's murder to honor the singer's vision of a peaceful world. The gun is cocked, but the knot makes it clear that it cannot shoot. And in the garden of the UN building rises Antun Agustincic Peace Monument from 1954. On a 10-meter-high marble pedestal stands a 5-meter-high bronze sculpture of a woman riding a horse with an olive branch in her left hand and a globe in her right. Her cape is like flapping behind her on a horse in a stance that suggests a powerful movement forward. So despite their differences, both the knotted gun, with its humorous encapsulation of peace as a fantastical state we must nevertheless hope for, and Agustincic's more bellicose and dramatic representation of peace as something worth fighting for, as the horse is a typical war animal, and the olive branch in her hand resembles a sword on the verge of attack. Both speak of peace as and within an ideal void. Sorry. So they present peace as final, in the positive mode of a self-identical end, the actualization of which is detached from the social and material context of which the historical moment upon which it will depend. So that is, they present peace, point, and not its negativity as something of a continuous praxis. So the straightforwardness of the figurative symbolism of these two sculptures, promoting civil courage on the one hand and multilateralism on the other, moreover addresses the viewer as an exchangeable individual, stressing that peace strongly relies on a context-free shaping of personal attitudes, regardless of scale, for its future actualization. So as part of a temporary contemporary art initiative, Adrian Pansen's work clearly had radically different conditions for both production and reception compared to these UN pieces. However, I will emphasize its contrast with them for the sake of clarity of my argument. So in Denmark, the 50th anniversary then of the end of Nazi occupation was marked with a large public international art project entitled Peace Sculpture 95. And it entailed 57 exhibitions in museums, institutions, public spaces, etc., commissioned from 22 of the world-leading artists of the time, allocated along the west coast of the Jutland Peninsula. And with reference to Paul Virilio's 1975 publication, Bunker Archaeology, many works were based upon the bunkers that during the war had constituted the Danish section of the Atlantic Wall, Hitler's fortifications from the North Cape in Norway to the Spanish border, designed to defend occupied territory against potential Allied invasions. And the Danish part, built between 1943 and 44, spans 530 kilometers, and to this day, around 6,000 bunkers still remain. So on your left, you have some images just after the war, and on the right, it's some documentation images from the catalog of the exhibition, so they are from the 90s. So the performance of Adrian Pansen's light installation on the eve of May 4th inaugurated the exhibition. And the line in her work referred to these bunker fortifications, which in 95 were scattered and reshaped by the forces of nature, standing as defenseless sculptural remnants of past destruction and oppression. As reminders of total war and existence under such terms, new relevance was conveyed upon them by the news of the civil war that was like streaming into Denmark from former Yugoslavia. And here are some sketches of Adrian Pansen of the installation. So she mounted a laser beam, laser lights on tall posts attached to the bunkers at even intervals, emitting a green beam that streamed steadily along the entire coastline, from Skagen in the north and crossing the German border in the south. So this is a satellite images from the time of the installation. And if you look closely, you can see the light on the west coast. So, and this light component then was in turn a reference to the tradition in Denmark of lighting a candle at dusk each year on May 4th. So when Denmark received the news that the war had ended through the BBC in 45, the Danes, in a spontaneous celebration, removed the imposed blackout curtains and placed lit candles in their windows as signs of peace and hope. A tradition that Danish homes still observed 50 years later and that many continue to observe to this day. And this is an image from the National Library. So by replacing the small flame in the window as a communication medium for hope with the long-distance laser beam, Adrian Pansen also evoked the technological infrastructure for contemporary mass media, internet, and telecommunication. So at dusk, several tens of thousands of people were gathered along the coast to see the light, and an even greater number followed the event on television. And here are some some stills from video documentation of the performance. So Adrian Pansen paraphrased the unambiguous symbol of national unification and resistance to literally shed light on the Nazi bunkers and their military strategic function during the war at large. And this unsettled and challenged the implicit official narrative by shifting the issue of peace from a national to an international concern. Her use of light for this purpose had the month before the event caused a great controversy in what still holds as one of the most heated and vehement debates in Danish history. There is much more to say about this, but The Line, the Light is the only work of art that has ever been subjected to a vote in the Danish parliament to be forbidden by law. And the performance was also subjected to sabotage, as electricity was cut on certain sections of the line. So it was foremost a large section of resistance veterans who considered themselves dishonored by the work, as it evoked unpleasant memories of the fact that the bunkers were not built by the Germans, but by the Danish workforce and financed by the Danish state. So even though this was done in accordance with prevailing occupation law, it raised further questions around the sedimented narrative of the occupation and Denmark's role in the war, which came to unsettle the official unified view of the past and displaced categories like heroes and victims to new gray zones in history. So The Line, the Light's problematization of national identity, of a national identity of resistance, surfaced ambiguous aspects of the Danes' attitudes towards Nazism before the war, questioning peace as synonymous to the victory of good over evil. As such, it also further questioned Denmark's, a NATO member since 1949, Denmark's role in contemporary international peace work. So during its performance, the large crowd of young and old who had gathered on the shores were addressed by the work as a community. I can just show some more images. Which for a short while was independent of such categories as national citizenship, etc., simply affirming each other's presence. Informed by the idea of aesthetic community inherent to Kantian sensus communis, the public sense, and the critical faculty, which in its reflective act takes account of the mode of representation of everyone else in order to weigh judgment with the collective reason of mankind, as Kant has it in paragraph 14, third critique. The public nature of the event thus displayed a more basic form of politics. So particularly intriguing about The Line, the Light in relation to Kant's concept of peace is its conjunction of politics, aesthetics, and history. Three elements also echoing in the name, peace, sculpture, 95. So unlike the knotted gun, presenting the conditions of world peace more as individual implementations of timeless universal values, The Line, the Light was not about articulating or affirming a particular ideological framework that would define peace and freedom, or those fixed, hoped-for values that, assuming a shared understanding of the given situation and its anticipated outcomes, would achieve and secure peace if correctly implemented in action. So the fixed yet frail and temporal green light rather disclosed that all actualizations of peace are conditioned, highlighting this general historical material and through the clear activation of direction by the light beam, this kind of viewpoint-related conditions for peace. That is, the conditions delimiting the possible ideological and political space within which peace can be practiced, both on the larger scale of multilateral diplomatic negotiations and their technological conditions of communication, and with regards to the singular instances. And I'm thinking, for instance, of practices that inherently implement peace in the midst of war, which Oksana Timofeeva recently exemplified in her identification of three figures of cosmopolitan hope in our time. The deserter, who escapes from war and refuses to play the role of the killing soldier. The civilian, who goes on living in peace where there is war. And the refugee, who in search for an open border, flee to preserve the life of their community. So without the positivity of finality, such practices then kind of concern negativity. So The Line, the Light aesthetically reflected the duplicity and conjoined negativity of Kant's concept of ewigen Frieden that I wish to highlight. The work did this by evoking the very conditions of a discussion of peace as a regulative ideal and peace as a social praxis by playing out the concrete fundamentals of community in its aesthetic guise, enabling each one who attended the performance to simply affirm the presence of each other. So before ending by pointing to the analogy between Kant's peace concept and the characterization of philosophical critique, I will say something about the reciprocity between world and peace that I suggested at the outset, and which relates to the third aspect of the surface, Kant's Kugelfläche, in the peace text's third definitive article. To do this, I firstly need to highlight kind of the distinction between the two alternative English translations of ewig, eternal and perpetual, which I have so far avoided. So as we know, the standard English translation is, of course, perpetual peace. But Kant was himself critical of the French translation of ewig as perpetuel. And if we follow Wolfgang Schwarz, this was because the aspect that acknowledges freedom and places the problem of peace in the center of man's practical situation disappears with the one-sided mechanistic view implemented in the term perpetual, which thus cannot know this problem. And Andreas Benke, political theorist, has also supported translating ewig as eternal, though from an opposite critical perspective. He argues that translating it as perpetual peace secularizes, you get it, the project in a way that wrongly frames it as a matter of worldly immanence. So Benke's point is that the term eternal peace, by revealing its affinity to the supersensible rather than to the sensible realm of politics, highlights the anti-political nature of Kant's concept. And this in turn explains Kant's role for the establishment of the metaphysical basis for liberalism's elimination of difference in international politics. Eternal peace, Benke declares, is the graveyard of the political. So although ewig clearly implies the everlasting non-time of the metaphysical, which in Kant's case ties peace to a concept of duty, the term's etymology provides an additional meaning. So loosely following its Greek lineage, aion, ewig also evokes the temporal world of lived experience, carrying the sense of lifetime and vitality. As an age, a vital force, a period of existence, generation, and lifetime, aion alludes to the cyclical and ritual time, contrasting with the linear, progressive, and historical time represented by Kronos, who divides time into past, present, and future. So unlike the continuous and lasting motion of perpetual progression, ewig paradoxically also connotes the present, encompassing a notion of a vital force. So life, whilst being lived because it is finite, feels eternal. So reconnecting to the line The Light, this duplicity shines forth in Adolf Hansen's green light beam. These are also images just before when people are preparing to enjoy the evening. It's really nice with all these 90s colored jackets. So reconnecting to the line The Light, this duplicity shines forth in Adolf Hansen's green light beam. So on the one hand, light is a clear connotation to eternal truth. And on the other, as the most prominent visual impression to the newborn child, it is one of those fundamental sensations which marks the beginning of our finite life. So the dual meaning of ewig, as both timeless and within time, eternal and perpetual, resonates in Kant's ewigen Frieden, both the metaphysical idea within moral consciousness and the implication of a space for moral action in the present. This duplicity and negativity of peace, a structure aligned to Kantian critique, is exemplified by the line The Light's coordination of one, the presentation that all actualizations of peace are conditioned and that peace is never final, and 2, the display of the formation of the fundamental inclusiveness of a static community. So Kant himself is, however, not concerned, as we know, with any peace praxis examples, and the peace text merely supplies its readers with hints and indications. So Kant starts with the idea of an end, and that is the world peace of ewiger Friede, to look for societal phenomena that could be understood as contributing to the realization of this end. And familiarly, like teleological judgments are regulative and not constitutive. They do not apply to the objectively valid principle of cause, but to the subjectively necessary valid principle of an end, an as if. So by recalling this basic distinction, Lea Yippi effectively debunks one common misconception then in liberal democratic peace theories, that Kant's positive evaluation of international trade in the first supplement demarcates commerce as a privileged set of social relations and a given intermediate stage between a condition of conflict and one of perpetual peace. And according to Yippi, commerce only illustrates one empirical circumstance through which a cosmopolitan right of world peace could be established. It is simply one way through which we might explain the emergence of global interdependence and communication. So though Kant extends his argument by, of course, offering a normative theory of international commerce as well, for my purposes, I interpret this particular peace hint as focused on communication, the conditions under which people across the world might come into contact, and its communal implementation. So following Yippi, Kant's remarks on commerce, no more, no less, then point to the general importance of social and political institutions to his theory of peace in light of human progress in history. So in the third definitive article, peace is moreover necessarily made an issue of world peace in the most superficial manner, because the Earth's surface is a limited sphere and not an endless plane. Kant writes, all men are entitled to present themselves in the society of others by virtue of their right to communal possession of the Earth's surface. Since the Earth is a globe, Kugelfläche, they cannot disperse over an infinite area but must necessarily tolerate one another's company. And no one originally has any greater right than anyone else to occupy any particular portion of the Earth. So being the transcendental condition for community itself, the Earth, Kugelfläche, affirms that community is always a cosmopolitan issue. This is precisely what the laser beam's crossing of national borders in The Line the Light testifies to, that peace, as Timofeva also reminds us of, can only be ewig when it exists across the whole world. However, just like the world as a whole can only be an idea, world peace does not involve the positivity of a final state, but the continuous negativity of praxis. Which brings me to my conclusion. 3 minutes. Thank you for your patience. The tension then between eternal and perpetual, or nominal and phenomenal, if one so wishes, that surfaces in Kant's concept of ewigen Frieden is parallel to how Kant, in the Critique of Pure Reason, situates the oppositions like inner and outer sense, phenomenal and nominal, as relative distinctions within the field of experience, that is, as to what concerns its conditions and the limits constituting knowledge. As philosophical critique determines the character and proper scope of understanding and thought within the spherical limits of the sensible world, it is thereby established as an investigation into philosophy's own principles and their origins, into the faculty of reason in general. This cannot be achieved solely through the examination of existing philosophical claims, Kant notes, or a critique of books and systems. And echoing the second leg of critique in the Enlightenment essay as a matter of the present and a challenge to arbitrary authority, the first critique outlines the provisional and dynamic process of philosophizing. I have argued that this eternal or perpetual peace hypothesizes an inherent negativity. That is the incomplete continuation of a non-definitive praxis rather than the positivity of a final state. This inherent negativity is thus formally aligned with this preference for philosophizing over philosophy, as Kant has it, as he announces in his distinction between philosophy as, quote, the mere idea of a possible science which nowhere exists in concreto, and philosophizing as, quote, the exercise of the talent of reason in accordance with its universal principles on certain actual existing attempts at philosophy. Always, however, reversing the right of reason to investigate, reserving the right of reason to investigate, to confirm, or to reject these principles in their very sources. So by stressing Kant's ewigen Frieden as the awareness of an ideal nowhere, yet continuously exercised through the existing attempts in the present concreto by such figures as the refugee, I would just like to conclude with a super brief remark on the line delight to return to this piece, this art performance. So then, in light of the 30 years that has passed since the performance, the crumbling Nazi bunkers of Festung Europa now suggest new lines of violent division, and I refer them to Fortress Europe, the derogatory term for the legal and physical barriers at the core of the EU's migration policies. And just weeks before the European Parliament this spring passed an even more restrictive migration pact, I received a call to a conference. I'm sure that several of you also received this call for a conference entitled The European Union as a Realization of Kant's Idea of Perpetual Peace. And wisely it included then a question mark. But since the European Commission President now, since just recently, adopts the term illegal instead of irregular migration, previously used only by the far right, it is hard to ignore the growing rejection of Kantian hospitality, which accelerates the development of EU as a community of exclusion. Thank you for your patience. Yeah. Since we were so late, I completely lost track of time, so I'm sorry for any...
Thank you, Anna. So are there any questions? Okay, Ognian. Wait for a mic, please.
Well, thank you for this very, very deep and engaging talk. I have some questions regarding the controversies that you referred to back in '95 that happened in Denmark because of the installation. One of them refers to what you said, that the installation brought up some gray areas of collective memory in Denmark. And you said a couple of sentences about that, maybe Danish government complicity and so on and so forth. But also you mentioned that some parts of society were very much against it. So could you expand on that? And second part of the question once more relates to social divisions. And I think a really nice red line in your talk was about not only about community, so there was a red line about community, but also a red line about rifts. And that's how about rifts, about divisions.
Yeah.
And that's how you ended the new division in Europe and so on and so forth. But we can also think about divisions within societies and how they reflect into how they wage wars. And actually, that might have been missing in most of the talks, including mine, because both Kant and Hegel somehow referred to internal divisions within societies. So, for example, Kant talks about growing inequalities in Critique of Judgment 83, somewhat in Perpetual Peace, when he discusses how heads of state use their subjects as instruments of war. And if we turn to Hegel, we heard yesterday about bourgeois who are not willing to sacrifice, but it seems that the people who sacrifice the most during wars, especially in 19th century, 20th century, are not the bourgeois, they're the workers, right? So can you expand on those things relating to the installation?
Yeah, thank you. I will try. Yeah, so the situation in Denmark was quite particular. So this Ada Panchen, she got sent mails of threats and like death threats, and she was called a Nazi in the media, and because she kind of just the fact that she put attention to these bunkers and this the fact that Danish so the peace, in a sense that this commemoration of the end of the war, I would say also coming from a country that has been like this idea of a 200-year peace, that we are like living in this eternal peace. And in Denmark, I guess the celebration was also like affirming this unification, an idea of peace as based on an idea of a national resistance. And her work showed that that was not really the case because of these inner divisions. I think just after the war, Denmark, as I've learned, was not like invited to like, celebrate the liberation with other, because people like Britain and France, they were still a bit unsure where the Danish were standing. They were occupied, but it wasn't really clear because there was so much like such positive atmosphere for Nazism just before the war in Denmark. So the lines of division that she also, this work also were a direct, I didn't show that sketch, but from the sketchbook of the plans of the installation, there is also there is a direct address of like the neo-Nazism and the party, but this makes all the categories mixed because she was called a Nazi by the new Progressive Party, which was kind of stemming from far right. So all categories are mixed, but the point is that I don't know if I can manage to say that much about your I will take that to heart, the question on Hegel. I think you also expanded on that yourself in your talk, like implicitly. But I think the work exactly like pointed out some central divisions in society, or the discussions about the work pointed divisions out. That were kind of covered up by one certain idea of community, and what the work actually did, because everyone was so upset. Not everyone, but like just the press, but still so many people showed up. I mean, it was tens of thousands just joining the event. So in this particular evening. And maybe, I mean, all weren't, of course, enthusiastic about the work, but they showed up and they were there and they shared this moment together. That this another kind of community was formed, but like based on these divisions. But sorry, thank you.
Another question? If not, then we can take the opportunity to just get, well, not exactly, but take a 10-minute pause and then continue it.
Thank you so much.
11:10. Yeah, very nice solution to the point. I like the point about the perpetual, and that was bugging me, the perpetual and eternal peace slide that someone, it was very elegant solution. Next speaker is Yuval Kremnitzer. Yuval teaches at Bezalel Academy of Art and some other institutions. He's a philosopher focusing in his work on the intersection of authority and technology, and his forthcoming book for the MIT Press is titled The Emperor's New Nudity, The Return of Authoritarianism and the Digital Obscene, and it deals with a deep historical and philosophical background of contemporary new authoritarianism and the medium in which it has taken root, the internet. The title of his today's talk is War is Senseless, or How to End a War. Yuval, please, thank you for coming, and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I'd like to sincerely thank the organizers for putting together this conference and all the participants, speakers, and audience alike. It is common courtesy to open with such an acknowledgement, but I truly believe it to be especially merited considering the topic at hand and how hard it is to think, to talk, and even listen to talk about war. Which brings me to the title I've chosen for today's talk, War is Senseless. Is there a bigger, emptier cliché than this? Is there anything more banal, less fruitful to be said in this regard? Is it not obvious what needs to be done about war, namely, to be done with it? What point is there to a philosophical discussion of war, to the meanderings of a conceptual inquiry, given that what we are called to do is so plain to see? Right off the bat, we find ourselves faced with the unbearable discrepancy between the solemn gravity of the subject, which calls for immediate action, and the ready-made formulae that language supplies us with as we venture to address it. There is an excruciating gap between the strong emotions war provokes, the sense of our being confronted by a fateful occurrence, of being subject to actual existential threats, and the unbearable vacuousness of speech. War is dramatic, talk of it is puny and superfluous. Present company excluded, of course. In a sense, all I set out to do in the time allotted to me is to dwell on what is arguably the emptiest, most washed-out pronouncement made on the subject of war, namely that war, I hope you're all sitting down, is a negative thing. I do aim nonetheless to try and pour some substance into this truism. My starting point is simple enough. The difficulty of discussing war is not merely an emotional, but a conceptual one. War is a negative thing, so I will argue not only in as much as it engenders negative emotions in us, but in a straightforward ontological sense. My title proposes to encapsulate this simple claim in the formula, war is senseless. I should like firstly to establish this claim, and then secondly, to explain why it is not an empty one, mainly by suggesting some significant lessons it may serve to teach us regarding the object of these reflections, war. So the course of my discussion will thus gradually bear out the connection between three senses implicit in my title, three threads of the conceptual blunder that inheres in the concept of war. Number one, our sense of perplexity in the face of war, the proverbial fog of war, our sense of lacking a clear notion of the going-ons that comprise it, hence that war is essentially an opaque, muddled and muddling sort of affair. Two, the problem of defining or conceptualizing war. And three, the difficulty of describing war in terms of achievement, of the pursuit and realization of human ends. War is thus characterized by its being without a concept, by our want of a concept of it, as by the apparent lack of something that can be said to constitute the definitive achievement of war. The claim that war is senseless in no way purports to be a contribution to the mystique or mystification of war, so as to allow us to withdraw from the challenge it poses to thinking. It is quite to the contrary. The aim is to wrest a characterization of war from and by means of the obstacles it lays in the way of reason, which is to say, by way of negation. The core of the discussion proceeds accordingly in general terms, and yet it aims through and through to furnish us with the tools that will allow us to face up to the current moment, the very war that constitutes our present. As I hope to sketch toward the end of my talk, war today, I believe, is best understood as a sort of self-conscious negativity or contradiction, internalizing or redoubling its own negativity, which I know is very abstract right now, but will hopefully make more sense by the end of my lecture. In the next few minutes, I will be spelling out the general claim that war is senseless through a sequence of claims, each of which serving to highlight a different negative facet of war's relation to the fundaments of our conceptual thought. Approaching them in ascending order, we will begin by inquiring about war as an object of experience, then move on to the relation of war to essence and purpose, With this, we will briefly take up the question of war's relation to human nature or history, which will bring us to the relevance today of the Kant-Hegel debate on war. So, not much. Before that, however, I would like to point out in broad strokes why, to begin with, I take this via negativa as the way to go about the question of war. War, as we may put it here, bears a fundamental affinity to the negative element of thought itself. It may be that war's imperviousness to direct contemplation is precisely to do with our being quite unable to think besides it. At the dawn of philosophy, it was Heraclitus that had urged us to realize that war is common and justice is strife, and that all things come into being and pass away through strife. Saying that war resists conceptualization is not to say that war is a stranger to thought. Quite the opposite. Our thinking, even in times of peace, is suffused with war. Thinking is, as we may put it, at constant war to contain war. The double signification of what containment entails in this context is crucial to mind. If war is to be kept from overflowing in every direction and engulf everything under its tidal wave, including those seeking to confront it as thinkers, if it is to be contained, confined, our thinking is required to internalize war, to assimilate and make it part of itself. Hegel exemplifies this. A fight to the death, a putative momentary episode in the sweeping narrative of the functions at once as a kind of monad or symbol of the entire progression, and so as an image of dialectic itself, thought's manner of transitioning from one concept to the next by way of unraveling the contradiction inherent in each. In Hegel, let us briefly recall, we only attain self-consciousness against the backdrop of a fight to the death. Only when that fight terminates in a consequence that could in no way be foreseen at its outset, only once the fate of mutual annihilation is superseded, does the advent of self-consciousness, consciousness mediated through that of another, take place. Once the battle is decided by the relenting of one side and the triumphing of the other, life is reckoned to prevail on both sides, and the great epic of freedom commences. In itself, war is of no significance. It is a moment of thought's eclipsing and losing itself. War is a vanishing. It mediates by vanishing. Mediation is nothing but its vanishing. What we have here, in fact, is a story of two negations. In order for that negation to emerge, which propels thinking forward, call it history if you will, the absolute form of negation which negates itself as well, the splitting of the middle term into the extremes, as Hegel puts it, must first give way. With Hegel in mind, I want to argue the following fundamental point. War precedes thought and conditions it. It lies at the background of thinking. It is precisely as a condition, a threshold of both our experience and cognition, that war cannot appear as an object of either. But this does not entail our. Indeed, it is as a liminal phenomenon of such unique limitation. War is not simply ridden with contradictions. Thinking as an image so we are of in the idea and not being. And yet in the midst of war we are at one and the same time living and not living. War puts us on the verge of death. Only in hindsight will we find out who and what remains. The point is this: in war we experience something unthinkable. So how is such a real contradiction to be thought? The next few minutes proceed in a sequence of claims aimed at tracing this intractability of war on several different registers of thought and experience, namely intuition, essence, and purpose. So let us start with intuition, with the characterization of war as an object of experience in Kant's sense of the term, i.e. as a spatio-temporal phenomenon. At this minimal level, the zero ground of experience, we may as well take our cue from everyday language. War breaks out, is an outbreaking. War breaks out, that is, while it may have an onslaught, it has no definite onset. War is entered into without knowing how one will emerge from it. Plans are made, alternative schemes are prospected for all sorts of foreseeable scenarios, and yet an inalienable current of sheer contingency persists throughout. War breaks out in an instant, so we say, and yet that very instant proves to be but one link in an ongoing causal chain. In war, contingent circumstances immediately appear predestined. We say that war broke out in a particular moment, thereby implying that it has in effect been lurking at the background all along, to erupt at any moment. It appears to have been there from time immemorial. There operates a different mythic time, a time of recurrence of the same. War, in other words, emerges as the return of the repressed, a reappearing of some white head and anti. Just as war breaks is said to break off or ebb or conclude time being only until the next outbreak. War, in short, has neither a beginning nor end. Nor does it have, as we will see later, a terminus or a telos. In this sense, war is. We are such creatures as archaic upon themselves. In war, at the moment of outbreak, we not or an absolute past which was never a present, premonition, a preordained finish that is toiling as possible, the end of all ends. As it comes considerably clearer, war area, though it is typically instigated by the trespassing or transgressing of results in the setting of new ones. Front and rear, it involves maps and survey demarcations of the terrain. It is the site wherein the practical effort of establishing a border by violent means takes place. In truth, however, the vision of disorientation only war is ab initio a crisis of containment. It always threatens to spread out to further fronts. The seemingly rigid differentiation and rear, even between friend and foe, prove to be through the course of war. Object that breaks its way into experience, the most generic and the utterly, between a generality that repels all manners of singularization and a of generalization. War, as we will tend to say more about shortly, history, and it harbors a flattening force, a devastating indifference to the differences that sustain our everyday existence. But then what is the experience of war, and who is it that experiences it? War is a traumatic event, an untransmissible reality. Appropriate it becomes to speak of experience in the ordinary acceptation of the term. Those to unutterable atrocity experience the possibility of integrating into immensely difficult to express in words. The all-in-all unusual bearing of war, exceedingly generic and encompassing, while at the same time singular, personalized, and circumstantial to the point of idiosyncrasy, leads us to the following claim. War possesses an identity and yet has no essence, is void of ipsity. There is a long-standing the power of the concept with the capacity to comprehend the object. Although we are here again, the point is not that war, but that relation in. Thus, in Hegel, for instance, war forms a kind of trial by as quintessential. It is in war that we attest each time anew to what is essential to us, what is worth fighting for and worthy of even our utmost sacrifice, our very lives. While lacking an essence of its own, the necessity that war embodies is tethered to the affinities we bear to various essences which we depend on, revealing their instability and vulnerability. War, like, is not the ultimate, but an anti, what puts all principles to the test of endurance, either perishing, adapting, or crystallizing. As such, as an anti-essence, it speaks to the indefinitely recurring need to validate our form of life and reevaluate our lives. Skipping a quote here from Hegel. Which brings us to the next register. For posing the question of what is essential to us is at once a way of asking about what is worthy of constituting a purpose for us, the object of our pursuit. And yet war is, perhaps above all other things, without a purpose. We might put it like this: nobody wants war. This sounds incredibly naive. Surely you would say that no one fights unless out of sheer necessity is a little more than common lip service. And we all know that an entire security industrial complex is based on the revenues of war, to say nothing of the wide cast of rulers on the perpetuation of war, and so on and so worse. Nevertheless, this seriousness at its face value. Nobody wants war. War appears as an alien will, sometimes as from a higher order, and in any case from within a divine decree or a historical inevitability. As they concern us here, these are equivalent expressions, also to the extent that what they indicate is not merely a necessity laid upon or before us as unnegotiable, also a cede or accede to, or else do our utmost to resist. Question: why and under what conditions, even though war is reckoned with perforce and not as the objectification of our will, are we called to affirm, and why is it that we agree to rally behind its cause, i.e. identify our will and consent with what forces itself upon us? And so how, despite all that, is resistance possible? What could constitute an effective countermeasure to war? It is crucial to understand that protesting discontent, avowing our disagreement with war, is not enough. As was stated, nobody wants war. But war, you might soberly say, is not a decree from above. War is by the enemy. This is true, but for it is there in between the big other's will, fate or God or history, and the small other, the enemy. Indeed, their confusion or confabulation, the big and the small other, is an inextricable. What lies behind the failure of intelligence to of war? The attempt of interpreting the enemy's that small mirroring relationship of sorts, an either or of me or him, is at bottom an attempt to divine the moment when he, who certainly does not want war, is arriving at the conclusion that now is the time, that the moment has come when an alien will of a superior order of decisive, calling the shots. This is the notoriously precarious spot at the heart of the words that war consists of: intelligence assessment, deterrence. The enemy is deterred by war, not by us. It is until he is. Deterrence war wills, because the sooner or later comes a point when another. That is effectively how war is avoided or joined in, based on some such impregnable calculation, the exact point in time when an enemy turns from a threat into an instrument of war. There is a further salient aspect to the claim that war is without purpose. It does not suffice to say, as we might with von Clausewitz, that war is a continuation of policy with other means, or say with Foucault that politics is a continuation of war by other means. War is not simply a means to some further end. War is principally a means to an end that opposes it. It is a reluctant means in the service of one or another type of order. War, in other words, is always waged for the sake of peace. Not necessarily a just peace, for the most part an unjust one, of the sort to be maintained by force by the stronger side. What is important to understand is that it is for this precise reason, wars being a kind of means that is antinomic to its end, that it is capable of becoming an end unto itself, a black hole of sacrifice. We mentioned earlier that the notion that in war we discover or are called to ascertain what is most essential for us, what is worthy of our sacrifice. The less clear we are about the answer to this question, the more unsettled our sphere of purposes already is in its own right, the more inclined this equation is to invert itself. We prove to ourselves that we have a purpose, that there are things which are quintessential to us, even if you couldn't quite yet call them by name, by means of sacrifice. The very act of sacrifice becomes both the testimony and evidence that something exists for the sake of which it is made, and all the more so the less capable we are of gathering behind actual purposes. With this the way that means come to supplant and usurp the place of ends, we've also come to touch on the reason why, despite its action, we also know that war is perhaps the central manufactory of our means and instruments. War is the paradigmatic for technology, namely the enable us to realize our ends. Our instruments develop and proliferate far more significantly than anywhere else in the context of campaigns for mutual annihilation and subdual, and not, as we are wont of telling ourselves, in the context of a struggle for domination over nature. The pleasure and benefit we draw from these apparatuses in times of peace are not seldom the collateral effects of the war machine that brought to their development. This is a very material manifestation of what Hegel dubbed the beginning of history. It is where human purposes are fated to doom, that a different kind of persiveness, parasitic on human ends, is in a ceaselessly accelerating process of advent and evolution. Progress, it used to be called. And they to plowshares and their spears into pruning hooks, we read in Isaiah. In a sense, this is not so much a prefiguration of a utopic horizon as it is a quasi-empirical description of technological advance. That is, provided we remember that it hardly stops at swords and plows, but streams on to reach nuclear weapons, which might provide in turn for sustainable energy, and so on and so forth. And that the putative primacy of iron swords raises a formidable question as to the process possible terminal point. And so this question brings us to say a few words. Experience, essence, and purpose of the human of nature, but the human history. It is certain to say that waging war is do. Is this a definition of humans or war? War as well, war is a kind of aporia. At the threshold, okay, this is time for me to take a sip of water, otherwise no words will come out. Okay.
Well,
great. That's what.
I mean, I
so,
hope you're over half.
yes.
No, it's not.
Okay.
10 or
Okay.
10.
We'll get there. War emerged threshold between nature and history. In culture, or rather conversion of culture in the midst of nature's kingdom. Political philosophy is based, as is well known, on the condition of mankind with the state of war of all against all. On this conception, war pertains to nature to be distinguished from nature simplicitaire and to some anthropic arche which poses to the rule of culture from within, a repository violence that sovereign order for to hold. If from the point of philosophy, war is of nature within the life, from his perspective, so to speak, out as an emblem of nature, organized form of violence, potential level of sophistication, social complexity, the ability to deploy subterfuge, actions, etc. It seems belongs to both nature and culture, attesting to the impossibility of a straightforward articulation. In war, nature is separate nor unified, constitutes the relation. I will now very briefly comment upon, can be productively approached as not only responding to this general characteristic of war as a negativity, a real contradiction, but also addressing the burning question of the modernity of war, the relation of war to modernization and vice versa. From this perspective, their debate can be seen as revolving around the relative roles of modern institutions in the propagation and taming of war. So let us begin with Kant. In his salient essay on the Perpetual Peace, Kant is explicitly drawing on the aporia we are considering. Kant perceives in war an expression, perhaps the quintessential expression of nature's cunning, a secularized concept of providence. As a phenomenon of man's natural history, we may find in war indicia of the process by which man's egocentric pathological inclination lead in a gradual fashion to rational collaboration. The very senselessness of war, its failure even to serve the selfish purposes it's intended to serve, is so unreasonable, such a scandalous offense against reason, that it just might serve as a call for reason. Reason is summoned, as it were, to take arms against this most unreasonable of phenomena, war. War, in its utter negativity, is a self-positing call for its own end, a minimal, quasi-natural imperative to find a more reasonable way of handling things. The title of the essay, famously borrowed from a satirical caption to the caricature of a graveyard, is revealing. Just like death, in its very abject horror, seems to impose a quasi-instinctual call for its cultural symbolic handling in funeral rites, as Hegel teaches us elsewhere, so war as a scandal to reason calls forth reason to put it to rest. Just as a dead body doesn't appear to us as a simple fact of nature, which we ought to come to terms with and accept, but rather as something horrid, unnatural, and upsetting, demanding action from us, so too does war lay before us a primordial choice. Either bring it to rest or allow it to haunt us all the way to our graves. If death pushes us towards social practice, war, the ever more efficient mass distribution of death, in its very atavism, pushes towards cultivation and modernization. The cunning of nature, its manner of lending itself to abutting reason's quest for liberation from it, is borne out by war. For instance, in the way in which war leads, as was earlier noted, to technological advance. Kant's example is the domestication of horses for military purposes. From a participant's point of view, war means the removal of constraints, whereas from the vantage of the species development, war is a mechanism of domestication. I'll skip something. So when Kant points us toward, this is well known, this cosmopolitan world order, which takes its inspiration from, to a large extent, from civil society, a law in the absence of law. This is not, right, in distinction from a global state. And what is law in the absence of law? What possibilities of intercourse exist between peoples and states that do not share in a common system of law? The answer is commerce and war. And Kant sees in the history of international relations a parallel model to that of civil society, society of strangers, in which the constitutive self-interestedness of individual members, even the vehement competition it implies between them, eventually gives rise or can give rise to a collective order of commercial collaboration. Now, Hegel's intricate way of inheriting Kant's notion of nature's cunning in his notion of cunning of history shows forth inter alia in a reconception of the relation to war. Relying on the funeral analogy, we could say that Hegel draws an implicit distinction between the absolute need to bring wars to an end and the idea of being done with war once and for all. Just as the need to bury the dead is not identical to doing away with death, but is rather a way for the community to come together in mourning over the loss of individuals, a way in which the finitude of individual life is an essential ingredient of the continuity of social life, so too for Hegel, war is an integral part of historical life. This general difference in orientation between Kant and Hegel is grounded, I'd like to suggest, in their different assessment of the role of modern institutions in the economy of war. Indeed, an overzealous attempt to rid the social body of what might surpass individual life is for Hegel what leads to war. Our ways of living, as we have started saying earlier, have an inner tendency to stagnate and ossify in time. But it is crucial to note what it is that Hegel takes to be leading towards stagnation. A quote from the Philosophy of Right: "In peace, the bounds of civil life are extended, all its spheres become fairly established, and in the long run, people become stuck in their ways. Their particular characteristics become increasingly rigid and ossified, but the unity of the body is essential to health," etc., etc. We all know this very well, this famous quote. As we heard from several speakers, Avineri's famed interpretation of these passages sees in war something like a necessary jolt, like a disease to activate and restore health to the body. But we ought to note what exactly throws the state out of balance here and what state he is dealing with. For Hegel, the modern state emerges as a mediator between the oldest institution, the family, and the strange, uncanny, I would even say, modern institution of civil society. It mediates, so to speak, between a primal attachment, which precedes and conditions individual subjectivity, grounded feeling, and the strange forward-facing quasi-institutionalization of self-interested individuality that is civil society. If in Kant civil society within a state is a model for international relations, Hegel seems more aware that the trajectory is in fact reversed, that in modern societies a logic of relation between groups has infiltrated the group, so to speak. It is this element that seems to spill over and prevent the state from harmonization. War breaks out, mind you, not when the logic of the family is expanded, as we might suspect, under the concept of tribalism, but just when the logic of civil society, the society of strangers based on private interest rather than a common good, overexpands and dominates, which we might note is the tendency of capitalist societies. It is then that the state is called on to provide for the dimension of a whole that has primacy over its parts, but in a kind of a negative of the family, sacrificing what the family produces, namely offspring. And so, differently put, I'll summarize this phrase, the state manifests itself in war, and so perhaps to an increasingly greater degree, the less it has substance and validity other than this, which we might stipulate further, the less it finds other institutional means of mediating between the family and civil society. A chronic problem for capitalist society. Now, what does all this have to teach us about the wars we are facing today? This is coming to the end. I've been arguing so far that war is a negative thing, not merely in the trivial sense of being a morbid and brutal business, but in a fundamental ontological sense. There is, I think, a peculiar apocalyptic streak to the current war, and not just in the terrifying immediate sense of the prospect of a war that will effectively end all wars, and with them the entire race. By an apocalyptic element, what I have in mind is rather the following. War, so much as I've tried to characterize it by way of negation, becomes through history sort of in a way conscious of itself, meaning that its negative, contradictory nature gradually emerges onto the surface. The contradictions inherent in war are being subsumed by the war discourse and duplicated in it. To indicate, if only skimply, what I mean by this claim, I want to very briefly make a record of 3 novelties of 20th century war. 1, during the 20th century, we first became acquainted with the phenomena of a world war that involves all the world's major political powers and whose aftermaths are earth-shaking and epoch-making in the full meaning of these phrases. These were wars that brought down empires and states and gave rise to new ones, and introduced unprecedented global agendas in their wake, changing the map of the world. 2, the epoch that followed the 2 world wars commenced with the immediate inauguration of the Cold War, yet another utterly novel configuration of global conflict, whose alleged pretext was to prevent the conflict between the 2 major world blocs to deteriorate into a hot war that will have effectively meant planetary catastrophe. The Cold War was, in this sense, a strange incorporation of the Kantian stance on war as what ought not to be into the very logic of war. In parallel with all this, we've also become acquainted with yet another species of boundless war, a temporal boundlessness this time, the perpetual war. This is the type of war that numerous countries and transnational organizations have declared on various non-state actors. Terrorism and drugs are the most famous cases. These wars are literally endless. They are fought or conducted without constitutive terms to define their conclusion, guidelines, victory, and defeat. Moreover, these wars, as indicated by the amassing literature on the subject, are analogous in many respects to the chronic war waged by the immune system against various foreign invaders. And which, of course, challenges the rationale for war provided by Hegel according to Avineri and those who follow him, right? Such war cannot be thought of on analogy with an ultimately strengthening attack on the immune system, a jolt to the system. The chronic is not a passing crisis, but a deteriorating and dangerous condition which calls for of a dramatic break or a miracle. You common to war introduced in the 20th, the nature, its autogenic antagonism in space, scope, and time. Fairly deep into the 20s of the current club German universities whose heating perpetual or world war in an ever more rapid terminus. We are driven to the Third World War, which many of us declared to already be taking place. We are in of World War to be the crucial peace, a war that escalates as if in search of evaporates. War-ridden an epoch of overt self-conscious, explicit of preventing the war, began of war in general, as I argued, is a limit condition. The war taking shape in front of our eyes is a war on limits. In self the limit. Little more proxy wars. This can be kept. These are wars that are already taking place, wreaking havoc. A way to avoid a more consequential. A proxy is broadening the distinction between an and alluding to the infamous name outlook on of the Cold War, man, and for mutual. Speak today of a man in us trying to precisely by making mutually assured destruction the condition to be avoided at all costs into something we keep approximating. In this concept, only that more and more difficult to contain spatially. We witness a war on the precipice, on the edge, wider, involving more parties in direct conflict, but also of violence and destruction, pushing ever more mass destruction. With the spatial limits and the scope of war being expanded with no end in sight, pushing against kind of new political arrangement. Today with the mediation that will finish. Same thing, vanish. A war that won't end in some war that continues diplomacy and more today an irrational to sacrifice integrated in God strange blending of the self willing to sacrifice higher freedom, potential ingredient of deterrence. To some extent, crazy and that is the only way for us to win. To honor and clinging interlocked. And when I say the negativity of war is being integrated into the very practice and discourse of contemporary war, so you have no strategy. Of strategy. Certainly Netanyahu's infamous avoidance of any settlement, his speak kind of state power, avoiding it closer and closer to struggle against and the war and surprising, which goes well beyond the Hobbesian paradigm and even its much more archaic roots, which we can find in Aeschylus's humanity. Deep-rooted conception, famously for Hobbes, failing to provide security against foreign enemies is the one clear case of the violation of the pact between the populace and the sovereign. In today's prolonging war and strategy of war in order to keep the populace united under a shared goal, but impotent, torn between the necessity to fight foreign threats and the sense of utter powerlessness to into constellation with direct clash, revisiting becomes an urgent task. War on draw a line, establish a limit from the torturing is not
Thank there's a lot wait for the mic, please.
Yes, very at the end of the talk. Of the war, Netanyahu stated to destruction of Hamas. I think at the be a chance, military not in a complete. Do you think that or he actually Hamas in a complete sense would mean not actual war? I'm not sure about.
It's a good question. But I don't by no means for evil genius. What I mean, having no as a strategy goal, because at a certain moment when you decide you realize that you destroy is a rational strategy. One saying is the way around. That this to return at least your citizens no longer is real power. This allows you the war indefinitely until he knows is a complete. In this sense, I
Also apply contradicting aims of the war.
I'm somewhat happily less knowledgeable that one.
So directly
from the beginning with this, and then on some negative thing that is so on. You know, outburst, you said. So is that this is that cannot I went to Clausewitz. He describes war as something tragic. That if war has started rational and rational, law people the end, and I'm afraid diminished aspect of bringing realism. That would be, let's say, peace. Right. Today there is no affairs any longer, and in that sense, your descriptions of war as a vanishing media. It used to be a vanishing conscious mediator that doesn't vanish. There is previously perspective. Mentally, major problem today is disappearing or normal. We all see what happens, but especially pilot were not on, but unable. This is why
see how briefly bring me and this I think take from Hegel is that things are of war. You know, I mean, the idea that it's a logic which is we can have interested rationality doesn't work. The world contains real contradictions. Purely rational mode of in their could tackle is on rational element government just on things. You need that. You try to exercise I think that's from Hegel, which is not at all, or nothing. Think you try to think about it. By no means, this is some atavistic thing that is always the same in front of our eyes, and to understand the inner of thinking. I don't know of an answer. Idea as state anything. If then what we, I think that is an empirical reality.
Yeah, actually, my question builds up on Professor Kova's one and refers back to Hegel. So you said state mediates between somewhat family and ossified civil society, but as we know, civil society is where he analyzes capitalism, which you refer to. And now it seems that this self-perpetuating mediator and expanding mediator is what wages war. So it's about civil society in terms of Hegel, so capitalism, and the state has been vanishing. So in that sense, that would actually add to your analysis if you expand that thing on the way capitalism, and in a way it shows why Hegel's theory of war doesn't quite work today.
Thank you for that. I think there are two components to that remark. I think one of them, of course, I didn't do it really. I mean, there is an sort of descriptive or analytic component to the question here, which is what precisely is the problem with somehow performing this mediation, and then the second question would be how can it work better? But I mean, one way of putting the disappearance of the state, it doesn't disappear at all. It just stops mediating. It starts thinking in those very certain terms of so-called civil society, and that's its way of failing to mediate. Okay.
Okay, unfortunately, we used up our time, and I think we deserve a coffee, which is waiting back there, I guess. So maybe slightly longer pause, like 15 minutes, and then we have to try to stay as on the schedule as possible. Igor Cvejić is the next lecturer. Thank you again, Yuval.
Thank you.
Presentation, yes, you have it.
Dobra? Da se čuje. Da ne smem da mrdam nogom.
A bo šlo? Kaj pa če bi... Kaj pa se stojalo?
Ćemo mi to.
Ne bi z druge
Bo v
strani?
redu ali dam z druge strani?
Z druge strani.
Tara,
Z druge strani.
bo v redu tle ali dam z druge strani?
Super. Biće u redu.
Okay, let's continue. Our next speaker is Igor Cvejić. Igor is Senior Research Fellow at the Institute for Philosophy and Social Theory, University of Belgrade. He earned PhD in philosophy at the University of Belgrade with the thesis entitled Kant's Theory of Feeling. The area of his research includes philosophy of emotions, social engagement studies, and issues of collective intentionality and social ontology. The title of his talk today is The Trap of Sublime Warfare. Igor, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Martin, and thank you all for who are still here. When I choose the topic of my presentation, because the call for the conference was mostly related to Perpetual Peace, I expected that it would be kind of a marginal topic inside of it. But as the conference go, I heard that already, if I remember it 3 times, the quotation I want to work on is mentioned. So at least probably it would be now interesting, if not that my thesis is good, that to discuss what actually Kant have in mind with this thesis. What I have in mind and a kind of motivation is that, yeah, in the last few years we are witnessing some kind of a change in the narrative. Of course, we Western Europe was mostly, but at least narratively, oriented toward the idea of eternal perpetual peace. And in some way, of course, there were so-called just wars. And yeah, in the last 4 years, it became more and more normalized to speak about questioning the kind of perpetual conflict and questioning of importance of just wars to prevent others, to destroy the enemy, and so on. So part of it, as I see it, is a kind of glorification of just wars, or the feeling we have for the heroes who can die for the right purposes. And I think that this is, empirically at least, the fact that we have these kind of feelings, but that it is more complicated than it. And that's why I used the title, The Trap, that there is something problematic. There is, we have a feeling of sublime related to just wars, and that's, I will argue, probably, at least theoretically, even unjust wars. But we have to understand what is it to experience some war as sublime, and that Kantian arguments are pretty much problematic, generally about intentionality of sublime, but I will try to address how he addressed the question and how his general theory of sublime could align with it. So the quotation itself, I will read it. So the part of the quotation that's most important, that where he explicitly speaks about warriors and the war, go like this. And even in the most civilized circumstances, this exceptionally high esteem for the warrior remains. Only now it is also demanded that he at the same time display all the virtues of peace, gentleness, compassion, and even proper care for his own person, precisely because in this way the incoercibility of his mind by danger can be recognized. Hence, however, much debate They may be about whether it is the statesman or the general who deserve the greater respect in comparison to the other. Aesthetic judgment decides in favor of the later. Even war, if it is conducted with order and reverence for the rights of civilians, has something sublime about it. And at the same time, makes the mentality of the people who conduct it in this way all the more sublime. The more danger it has been exposed to and before which it has been able to assert its courage, whereas a long peace caused the spirit of mere commerce to predominate, along with the base selfishness, cowardice, and weakness, and usually debases the mentality of the populace. So as we see, Kant clearly speak about some kind of sublimity of just wars. I would say that when we look empirically, Kant is saying something that is easily to recognize in the societies, and but also something that, as far as I know, Adorno accused him exactly because of this quotation that with sublime content opened the door for domination and violence. On the other side, it is nothing strange. Many authors before Kant addressed war as sublime, and some argue that Kant's addition to it is just to add even. But I will argue that it's more problematic, and my strategy would be to see how the war is object of sublime. What is the object of sublime? In which sense war can be experienced as object of sublime? And the intentionality of the sublime is generally betting to do with. So many authors claim that, particularly the dynamically sublime, Kant so much focused to explain that it is because of our own capacity and not because of object, that he entirely missed it to explain the phenomenology of sublime and why we react to some object as sublime, and other authors even claim that object is of no importance at all. The problem with this particular quotation is even more relevant because Kant, without explanation and probably without justification, switched his line of argument. So what is the context of this line quoted here is that Kant explained that sublime is related to extreme dangers. He mentioned devastating hurricanes, erupting volcans, and so on. But because of our own faculties to resist to this kind of extreme force, our own moral capacities, we feel sublime, but not in the volcans, but within our own capacity. This line of argument came as his explanation. So however it look that this is far-fetched and subtle, he said that we can easily see it. And easily see it means that he wants to introduce an empirical example of sublime feeling, and he starts actually from the savage. So for what is that is an object of the greatest admiration even to the savage, someone who is not frightened, who has no fear, thus doesn't shrink before danger, but energetically sets to work with full deliberation. And now he starts to the wars and to the civilized people who are engaging in wars. So the problem is that he wanted to provide an example of phenomenological characterization of sublime, which is empirically clear and simple to understand. The savage is also encountering the danger and admire those who despise the danger. But instead of giving phenomenological explanation, he gives us an example of admiration to those who are sublime. But it's simply not the same. So if I want to explain that someone is envious, I usually don't treat that I have to be envy to those who are envious. So it's not the same. Explaining someone who is in a state of sublime, who is encountering the danger, is not the same as explaining the object. And Kant simply mixing it here. So he's trying to explain that it is common when encountering the danger that we relate to our own capacities, but he explained that we admire those people. But it probably could be okay with additional explanation. So he has to explain that we see someone sublime, in sublime state, that then really feel sublime. It's not for all emotions such, but sometimes it is. Kant doesn't explain it. And he ends the quotation by treating the war as the object, which is sublime, which is also controversial. So, to start, let's first go with the basics of what will be my main thesis is, I will conclude that state of war could be seen as an experience as sublime first, but that this proper target is not just war, or as Clovis argued, that we properly show respect to the rightful properties, but it is rather, if we take seriously phenomenological analysis, it is the danger which is proper object. And in relation to our moral way of thinking. And that there is a trap or kind of subversion to understand this as kind of admiration to just words. It is rather our reaction to some kind of terrible danger. So first, some basic things about the Sublime for those who are not familiar. Fortunately, Alenka also yesterday gave a nice explanation in few sentences. So Kant introduced first mathematically Sublime as absolute gray. Basic idea is that when thinking of something absolutely great, but it is generally not even possible. Some example could be big cathedrals that we cannot grasp in our imagination, but Kant actually said that even cathedral is not so much ungraspable, but what is ungraspable is the nature itself. So we can count and count with our imagination about planets and so on, so on, so on, so on. But at the end, our imagination is just tortured with counting, and it cannot make one presentation, one Darstellung of it. And this moment is exactly fitting for the ideas of mind. So I have idea of absolute great, and that fit perfectly to subsume the nature under the ideas. With dynamical sublime, the idea is that we aesthetically evaluate the force or the power of something. And aesthetically evaluating something means that we compare it with the necessary resistance. So we see something, it has some power, and we compare it with resistance necessary to it. And the more relevant for sublimes are only those situations where their no resistance can match it. And this is important because it has important implication. Some kind of small danger in a war can never be sublime. So it has to be force such that no resistance can match it. And the reason why so is because after concluding that no physical resistance could match this force, we can conclude that this has no power whatever on our moral capacity. So what actually we are doing when seeing the erupting volcano, we see that our physical resistance has no power at all with it, against it, but that even erupting volcano cannot have any power on our own moral vocation, and we show the respect for our own moral vocation as unmatched by those unmatchable power. So far, so good. Can't speak about objects, volcanoes, and so on, and it seems that some objects in nature are sublime. Some of the definition, yeah, it is an object of nature, the representation of which determines the mind to think of the unattainable of nature as a presentation of ideas. However, Kant's further argument seems to switch and say that it is not object actually what is important. So hence it is the disposition of the mind resulting from a certain representation occupying the reflective, the judgment, but not the object, which is to be called sublime. Hence allows not so much the object as rather the disposition of the mind in estimating it to be judged sublime. Thus, sublimity is not contained in anything in nature, but only in our mind, insofar as we can become conscious of being superior to nature within us, and thus also to nature outside us, insofar as it influences. So, this kind of quotation shows that Kant is actually not so much interested in the object. It probably can be some cause, some stimulus, but what is actually at stake is our own Stimmung, our own mood, in relation with our moral capacity to the sensibility. Some authors do claim, like Polgar in one place, that because of it, there is nothing, at least theoretically, wrong that unmoral object can be sublime, because it is not about the object, it is about our reaction to it and our own moral capacities. It is problematic, as I will argue, because it is actually the mood when morality is out of power of nature, which is important, and because objects are unfungible. Also, Rachel Zucker claims that object is actually not necessary. So Kant's explanation of this experience arguably makes the object or its particular character more or less dispensable for such experience. To have an experience of the Kantian sublime, we could perhaps simply try to imagine an object of absolute size, or the act of sacrificing our happiness and the ideals for moral ends. So basically, it is not important, it's for it, not. We just have to imagine situation where danger is great and where we can refer to our own moral capacity as something that this great danger not have power over. But I will argue that together with Ellison, Brady, and some other authors, that this is problematic, and it's clearly that there are peculiar characteristics of the object that make experience sublime. So it's grand erupting volcano and not the table. Of course, there are some phenomenological characteristics that make the object sublime. And I will try to address what I call fungibility problem. So we cannot simply replace an object that we treat sublime with other object. One good example is Jeffrey, where early analysis he's actually talking about Ellison, but it is easily applied to Kant. So the noise of cart rolling over the stones is often mistaken for thunder. And as long as the mistake lasts, this very vulgar and insignificant noise is actually felt to be prodigiously sublime. It is so felt, however, it is perfectly plain merely because it is then associated with the ideas of prodigious power and undefined danger. And the sublimity is accordingly destroyed the moment the association is dissolved. To the sound itself and this effect on the organ continue exactly the same. My point with this quotation is that if there are no peculiar characteristic of the object, then there is no sublime. So in this sense, even if the sublime is related to our own mood and our own capacities, there are peculiar characteristics of the object that make us feel actually this aesthetic feeling, not only, for example, moral feeling. So where Kant directly addresses this problem is what he called the problem of subreption. So thus the feeling of the sublime in nature is respect for our own vocation, which we show to an object in nature through certain subreption, substitution of a respect for the object instead of the idea of humanity in our subject, which is it where makes intuitable the superiority of the rational vocation of our cognitive faculty over the greatest faculty of the sensibility. So Kant basically said, we make a mistake, and so it. But it's probably even more complicated because subreption is a technical term. Some places Kant uses, call it subreptionis metaphysica, is one of the most famous Kant topic when we somehow subrept sensible and intelligible. So he speak about transcendental subreption when we think of objective reality of regulative ideas, for example. And what is happening here, that's the problem, is actually somehow switching or subjective, sensible and intelligible. So we tend somehow to see part of the nature, volcanoes, hurricanes, probably wars, as something that is intelligible. And I would argue that it is partly mistake, partly not. So James Kirken argues that it is necessary, for if subreption wouldn't take place, we will only have frustration. So there are no any reason that we have pleasure in dangerous objects if there are no subreption, and there is no such kind of magic that we treat this object as something kindly intelligible or subsumed under intelligible. While for other authors like Cvejić claim that if we fall to the subreption, it will always be heteronomy. So if we undermine our own admiration of the object of nature, we will fall into heteronomy, and all story about kind of domination of freedom in Sublime will fall. How I see it, first, today when we look at Kant analysis, it's first pretty much normal, whatever emotion that we have, that it is about myself and the object. There's nothing strange about it. So for example, if I feel afraid, that means that I perceive object as a danger and I feel myself vulnerable. And Kant own uses this. For example, Heidegger excellently analyzes Kant feeling of respect and claims that Kant perfectly see the double structure of the feeling, that having respect for the law is at the same time being in such way as a moral being and feeling oneself as a moral being. And in this case, it is not the question, as I see the other authors, sorry, if we experience our own freedom or the object. It's not neither or. But the question is, and I think that this is the question that is most problematic, how we experience the object, considering the respect of our own vocation. So what is phenomenologically characteristic in experiencing this object in a very peculiar way, which is experience of Sublime, that is regarded and related to our own vocation. And properly, the objects of Sublime, more directly addressed as Kant, is actually the nature subsumed to our moral determination, a power that has no dominion over us. And that is exactly what we experience. So when we experience dangerous volcano erupting, we experience an absolute power of nature that has no power over us. And that is exactly very violent phenomenological structure of it. We are experiencing the nature as subsumed under the intelligibility of ideas, as having no power. And I will claim, because even it is doubtful if it can be object at all, that it is generally always the nature, not a particular object. So I see in it the nature as subsumed under the power of our own humanity. And what would be the mistake? It is not that we have a relation to ourselves and the object, but to switch the positions, to think that admiration for the object is that what makes us to have respect for oneself. I think that is something that Kant wants to address. It's not that we admire volcanoes and then we respect our own faculty, but it is rather that we respect our own moral capacity. And on this ground, we tend to see volcano as subsumed under the intelligibility of our own morality. Coming back to the war, so I would say that Kant's whole argument is very doubtful, exactly because he doesn't follow his own phenomenological analysis of the object of Sublime as extreme danger, but simply switched to explaining the persons who are sublime. And it probably the only position to defend it is that it is not only that we speak about the general who have some kind of sublime relation to war, but what Kant wants to speak is that we somehow represent the core of the sublime relation, and that is not nature subsumed under Obrzinnike. So even when Kant speaks about the general, the most important thing is that he is devoted to the duty of free. On Kant explanation, we thought about him that he's calm. He's not kind of. I even think that sacrifice is problematic. It looks more like emotion of being moved. But he speaks of someone who, despite the danger, have this dominance of intelligible over the nature. And that explanation of this kind of structure is probably that is correctly called sublime. In that sense, probably it works. But even when you think why it's so, and what is the dangerous object even for the general, then it is not just that war is just. I would say the just is less important part of this sentence. It's only correct that we cannot have a sublime feeling if something horrible is happening. Simply, it will be horrible. It will not be sublime. But it is actually encountering the danger, and that it cannot be case when there is no extreme danger. So, for example, no one would take sublime if USA takes to make an invasion on Slovenia. What's sublime about it? Or probably it could be sublime, but Slovenian reaction to it, because there is extreme danger. But just war of USA to Slovenia, nothing sublime about it. So the proper object is, it has to be danger, but it is then perceived as a power that has no dominion over us. So in a sublime, actually, we could see the war as a kind of part of nature even, which has no dominion over our moral capacities. And only in such way we could switch to talk about the general as a sublime, because he acts as the extreme forces have no power over him. And there is the trap, another kind of subtraction, to switch those positions, to think that it is admiration for a just war that is reason how we came to respect to ourselves and to our own capacities, rather that our own moral capacities, the only way how we experience this object, just wars, as subsumed under intelligible. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Igor, for this very clarificatory and precise analysis of the notion of sublime and its relation to Kant argument. So are there any questions?
Okay, thank you, Igor, for this presentation. I will take, in this case, rather unusual stance. At least I don't do it often. I will stand for Kant. Namely, I think that you're right on distinguishing, on stressing that it's not important that this is a trap, whether a war is just or unjust, because it's the question of danger. However, I wouldn't accept the idea that the general is the one who feels sublime, or under very certain circumstances that do not fit in your description. And I think that it can be said that the general and the war itself, according to Kant, is sublime. Why not the general himself? Why not the experience of real danger is sublime? Because there is one very precise clause in Kant's description of the feeling of the sublime, and that is, you mustn't be in danger yourself. So you must be safe. You must look at the volcanoes from certain distance, since if you're endangered yourself, you will just feel the natural fear, and that would prevail and not let the place for accepting the experiencing the feeling of sublime. So the general, if he is in the headquarters, may get a feeling of sublime, but in that case, he wouldn't induce this feeling in our person. He must be fighting on the battleground in order to provoke the idea of the feeling of sublime in us. And why I think that a general could nevertheless be the one who actually fights the war, why he would nonetheless be a proper, let's say, trigger of sublime. Okay, is it subjective, objective? Is it this transcendental subreption? This is a very common problem in Kant, that Kant himself doesn't solve always in the same sense. It could be raised in relation to the beautiful as well. Is the object, a beautiful object, really a beautiful object, or is something subjective? It's another case of this subreption. And we could go even further. Is the space and time, are the space and time subjective or objective? Is this the case of subreption? In a sense, yes. According to the same argument, Kant, namely, in this case, comes to the different conclusion. So I would say that this jump from subject to object or object to subject is rather common, and it would be somehow unfair to just put the finger on this as a problem. So if this is the case, what then is sublime, dynamically sublime? Provided you're safe, you are confronted with a display of immense force of nature that you are aware that you cannot resist, you physically resist. But this prompts you, prompts the consciousness of your moral vocation, that tells you or gives you the possibility, the very idea that you might nonetheless not succumb. So that you would try to resist till the end. And what is then that the display of great dangers, of force of nature, makes you aware that you are a being against nature. So everything that can prompt this kind of reaction can be termed sublime. And I would say war in that case, general who actually fights, can, I would say, justly be termed sublime on the ground that they display this, can make you aware of your own ability to being against nature, that you can be against nature, a creature against nature as well. So I agree on that it's the question of danger. It's while being safe. That is not the question of morality. The difference between just and unjust wars are in this case irrelevant. However, I would still somehow understand Kant's affirmation that war can produce feeling of sublime. That would be my comment. But my other question would be, do you think that beside wars and generals, but generals that experienced war, moral law can be sublime as well?
Okay. Thank you for both questions. Regarding the first, I tried to remain to keep it as problem, and partly I agree. In which sense partly I agree? So what I try to say that Kant unexplainably switched the argument. So from speaking about volcanoes and our reaction to volcanoes, he started to speaking to kind of representation of this kind of Stimmung. And that's explanatory, just problematic. You should explain that you are doing it if you're doing it. And in this case, I agree, but let's take similar example. So we can feel sublime if you look at Caspar Friedrich picture where there is a man above the ocean, which usually represent as sublime. Yeah, we can feel sublime, and it's because we don't need partly we don't need proper object. In that sense, we have to be aware of our domination of our morality over the nature. Okay, and we became aware of it, but by seeing it in some way. Caspar Friedrich painting is representative or reminder of this capacity. And is the general, I think Kant is not clear about it. Is it general just a picture? And it could be a picture of the general. We usually see painting which represent the general who heroically fight a battle. Or is general by itself sublime in the same way as volcano is sublime? So this may confusion. My argument for how I understand it is that because Kant speaks of moods, he's probably, not intentionally, but he's trying to combine the phenomena that are connected with this one word. And the phenomenon is what is actually sublime is subsumption of sensibility under morality. And in this case, it is kind of representative, but it is not just representative of someone's state, it is representative of the whole structure. In this case, it is. But we cannot say that it is same to think about oceans, erupting volcanoes, and so on, as it is to think about general. That was my point regarding the first question. But I agree with you that it can be sublime. Regarding the second, is moral law by itself sublime? That was the question. Or the consciousness of it. It's very much the same feeling, and then we, so it's feeling of respect for the law, let's say, that would be the question. And yes and no. I would say it's then we have to go to back the question how we feel it. Because if it's just a respect for the law we have in some usual situation, it's very much connected, but why would Kant write so much about sublime if it's just the same phenomena? Probably the good example of it would be in Kant analysis of sublime relation to God, where he connects the idea that, yeah, the danger, but the idea is that we recognize that it is our own capacity to which we are at the end related. It's somehow, yeah, but here God is also probably see this danger, and he switched to the humilitas. But to say directly, respect for the moral law is a part of the sublime, but sublime would not be peculiar type of feeling if it is all.
I have a question, and my question is, how well does the sublimeness of the war, I mean, does the whole topic, does it change historically? Does it depend a bit on the war? Is it historically limited? Does it has a how would it play out today? Is the war still sublime? So considering the changes in its technical infrastructure and the way of it playing out, and also maybe, yeah, well, no, just this.
Okay. I would say that, yeah, it's harder to think sublime the drone bombing. It's just something confusing about it. However, if we think about the resistance to immersive drone bombing, we can think about it. Yeah, probably it doesn't. It changed because, yeah, and because as I tried to provide example, it would be hard to see probably just war that is engaged with someone who is simply powerful. So we cannot see it as a sublime. But there is also other way around thinking. So there, of course, could be a feminist critique that is that's prosto-chauvinistic man point of view, and that's why I think it's important to look phenomenological characteristic of it and not. So for example, fighter for the women's rights can also be seen as sublime in that context. And that is something that historically changed. But I would
for women's rights, you said.
Yeah.
Okay. Again, we're still a bit late, so maybe we can shorten the debate and take maybe just a very short pause and then continue with the last speaker. Thank you.
Thank you.
Again, Igor.
порядке? So, der letzte Vortrag ist in Kants Muttersprache, nach 3 Tagen. Wieder einer auf Deutsch. Aleksei Krouglov ist Professor an der Russischen Universität für Geisteswissenschaften, genau so heißt die auf Deutsch. Und er hat Philosophie in Moskau und Trier studiert und war eine Zeit lang auch Professor in Trier, Luxemburg und Kaliningrad. Er ist auf den deutschen Idealismus spezialisiert, befasst sich aber auch mit russischer Philosophie. Und heute geht es ganz nach dem Programm der hiesigen Konferenz um Kants Auffassung des Krieges.
Danke, Alex. Und vielen Dank für die Einladung. Hätte ich vielleicht im Voraus gewusst, dass alle auf Englisch sprechen, hätte ich vielleicht das auch anders getan. Aber ja, bei der Tagung...
Ich bin froh, dass das jetzt endlich mal jemand Deutsch spricht.
Ja, bei der Tagung über Kant sollte eigentlich wenigstens einer Deutsch reden.
Genau. Doch, es gab ja einen Deutschen, der auch Deutsch redet, das war Höffe.
In der langen Rezeption der Abhandlung zum ewigen Frieden gilt Kant vor allem als ein ausgeprägter Pazifist, der in manchen Hinsichten die internationale politische Ordnung im 20. und im 21. Jahrhundert vorhergesehen und mitbestimmt hat. Es bleibt aber nicht selten unberücksichtigt, dass auch eine andere Tradition in der Rezeption der kantischen Philosophie dass auch eine andere Tradition in der Rezeption der kantischen Philosophie vorhanden war, in der Kant eher als ein böser Geist der zukünftigen Militarisierung und schrecklicher Kriege des 20. Jahrhunderts wahrgenommen wurde. Als ein Paradebeispiel können dabei solche Schriften am Anfang des Ersten Weltkrieges dienen, wie der Vortrag und später der Aufsatz von Wladimir Ern von Kant zu Krupp oder eine kleine Broschüre von Leon Daudet gegen den deutschen Geist von Kant zu Krupp. Und zu derselben Tradition gehören andererseits auch solche Schriften, die damals einen gedanklichen Krieg gegen die Aggression der kantischen Philosophie geführt haben. Übrigens zu den Lebzeiten von Cankar, ich meine am Anfang des 20. Jahrhunderts, als Beispiel kann ich eine relativ kleine Schrift, Das Joch Kants von Nikolai Fjodorow nennen. Obwohl die Abhandlung zum ewigen Frieden in erster Linie dem Frieden gewidmet ist, wurden in dieser Schrift auch manche Vorstellungen Kants über den Krieg zum Ausdruck gebracht, wenn auch an einer untergeordneten Stelle. Und Alex Landgräbe hat bei der Einführung über den großen Roman Krieg und Frieden von Leo Tolstoi gesprochen und hat gesagt, Tolstoi hat in erster Linie doch in diesem Roman über den Krieg geschrieben. Und als Russe werde ich dann dem großen Tolstoi folgen und werde auch in Bezug auf Kant über Krieg reden. Übrigens, was interessant ist, in diesem Roman, nicht in der endgültigen Fassung, aber in einer Vorbereitungsfassung, gibt es eine Szene, bei der Fürst Andrei Bolkonsky kurz vor der Schlacht bei Austerlitz eine Schrift von Kant liest. Und in dem Nachwort zu diesem Roman, das ist die berühmte Geschichtsphilosophie von Leo Tolstoi, können wir deutliche Spuren der dritten Antinomie der reinen Vernunft aus der Kritik der reinen Vernunft entdecken, allerdings damals noch unter dem starken Einfluss von Arthur Schopenhauer. Und später hat Tolstoi gründlich die wichtigsten Schriften von Kant studiert und ist wohl unter den russischen Schriftstellern der ausgeprägteste Kantianer. Aber zurück zu Kant. Im ganzen Korpus der kantischen Philosophie lässt sich einige Schriften nennen, in denen das Problem und die Konzeption des Krieges mehr oder weniger im Vordergrund steht. Die Rechtslehre der Metaphysik der Sitten und damit verbundenen Reflexionen zur Rechtsphilosophie, der Streit der Fakultäten und die Nachschrift Naturrecht Feierabend einerseits, einige Passagen in der Kritik der Urteilskraft, in den Beobachtungen über das Gefühl des Schönen und Erhabenen oder in mutmaßlichen Anfang der Menschengeschichte andererseits, obwohl das eine bunte Mischung ist und nicht alle Schriften von Kant aus dieser Reihe sind auf demselben Niveau geschrieben. Hier sehen wir sowohl solche Schriften, die sozusagen für die Ewigkeit geschrieben sind, als auch manche Gelegenheitsschriften und Gelegenheitsnotizen, die von den Ereignissen damaliger Zeit abhängig sind. Während die erste Gruppe der genannten Schriften vor allem die rechtsphilosophische Perspektive des Krieges darstellt, sind in der zweiten Gruppe Elemente der geschichtsphilosophischen und der ästhetischen Perspektive in Bezug auf den Krieg vorhanden. Das Problem des widersprüchlichen Bildes des Krieges bei Kant wird nicht selten dadurch gelöst, dass es eben auf verschiedene Perspektiven der Betrachtung hingewiesen wird, die zwar denselben Gegenstand beleuchten, nämlich den Krieg, aber von verschiedenen Standpunkten aus, was mit sich kein Widerspruch bringe. Die geschichtsphilosophische Deutung des Krieges bei Kant wird dabei noch als Handlung der reflektierenden und nicht der bestimmenden Urteilskraft interpretiert. Und das andere Lösungsmodell besteht darin, dass bei Kant eine chronologische Entwicklung des Verhältnisses zum Krieg entdeckt wird, nach der Kant erst in der Metaphysik der Sitten wegen der politischen Ereignisse in Frankreich zu einer rechtsphilosophischen Ablehnung des Krieges endgültig komme, während er früher noch den Krieg unter manchen Bedingungen noch nicht so scharf verurteile. Die Art und Weise, wie Kant in der Abhandlung zum ewigen Frieden über den Krieg redet, ist im Großen und Ganzen für seine gesamte Philosophie typisch. Im 6. Präliminärartikel behandelt Kant rechtsphilosophische Aspekte des Krieges, während es sich im Zusatz von der Garantie des ewigen Friedens um die geschichtsphilosophische Deutung des Krieges handelt. Da die beiden Betrachtungen miteinander schwer kompatibel oder wohl widersprüchlich zu sein scheinen, hat diese Diskrepanz schon lange verschiedene Versuche der Kant-Forscher hervorgerufen, Kants Anstellung in eine innerliche Übereinstimmung zu bringen oder wenigstens die Ursachen anzugeben, die eine Uneinstimmigkeit in der Position Kants verursachen. Wichtig ist in diesem Zusammenhang auch die Frage, was an Kants Einstellung zeitbedingt ist und von den historischen Umständen damaliger Zeit abhängt. Und jetzt komme ich zum ersten Punkt, zum Begriff des Krieges und der Arten des Krieges. Einerseits ist bei Kant über den Krieg hinsichtlich des Naturzustandes der Rede, in dem das hobbesianische Prinzip bellum omnium contra omnes herrscht. Der Naturzustand an sich ist für Kant ein Zustand des Krieges, der mit einer ständigen Bedrohung und mit den Ausbrüchen der Feindseligkeiten untrennbar verbunden ist. Im eigentlichen Sinne ist der Krieg dennoch nicht die Gewalttätigkeiten einzelner Menschen gegeneinander im Naturzustand, sondern die der Staaten gegeneinander. Diese Auseinandersetzung der Staaten kann man zweierlei betrachten, wie in einem Naturzustand, in dem Krieg doch nur das traurige Notmittel sei. Durch Gewalt sein Recht zu behaupten oder bereits in einem Rechtszustand, der entweder der des Kriegsrechts oder des Friedensrechts ist. Der Krieg ist eine kurze Sammlung von Zitaten, rechts des Stärkeren, der Zerstörer alles Guten. Er macht mehr Böse, als deren wegnimmt. das größte Hindernis des moralischen Fortschritts, der Quell aller Übel und Verderbnis der Sitten, der alle gemachte Fortschritte rückgängig macht. Die Geißel des menschlichen Geschlechts, das größte Übel, was dem Menschengeschlecht begegnen kann. Und Kant unterscheidet auch zwischen verschiedenen Arten des Krieges. Bei ihm kommen Strafkrieg, Ausrottungskrieg, Unterjochungskrieg, Angriffskrieg, Offensionskrieg, Verteidigungskrieg oder Defensiokrieg vor und auch ein patriotischer Krieg. Er bespricht dann den klugen Krieg, den gerechten Krieg gegen den, der mich lediert hat, aber auch einen ungerechten Krieg, der des Nutzens wegen bloß geführt wird. Als historische Beispiele des Krieges tauchen bei ihm unter anderem peloponnesische und trojanische Kriege auf. Und es ist schon merkwürdig, dass Kant von dem 7-jährigen Krieg, den er selber erlebt hat, praktisch nie was sagt. Und dass er keine Beispiele aus der modernen Geschichte nennt. Und es ist auch sehr bedenklich, meine ich, dass er das Zeitalter der Aufklärung als Zeitalter des Friedrichs nennt. Also derjenige König von Preußen, Friedrich II., genannt Friedrich der Große, das heißt wohl der schlimmste Kriegsherr seiner Zeit, gilt für Kant damals als eine Verkörperung der Aufklärung, als ein Symbol der Aufklärung. Und in allen Werken Kants, die ich kenne, gibt es überhaupt kein einziges Wort der Kritik in Bezug auf die Kriegspolitik seines Königs. Aussagekräftig auch ist, dass in den Druckschriften und im Nachlass Kants weder der Begriff des Revolutionskrieges, noch der Begriff des Religionskrieges, noch der Begriff des Bürgerkrieges verwendet wird. Ein Ausrottungskrieg ist ein Krieg ohne jedes Vertrauen gegenüber dem Gegner, dessen Feindseligkeit kein Ende kennt und zu einer Ausrottung führt, wobei die Verzielung beider Teile zugleich und mit dieser auch alles Recht treffen kann. Weswegen der ewige Frieden nur auf dem großen Kirchhof der Menschengattung denkbar ist. Kant erwähnt auch Kriege zwischen den Indianern, die, so der Philosoph aus Königsberg, keine andere Absicht hätten als bloß totschlagen. Es fällt auf, dass Kant im Falle eines Ausrottungskrieges eher ein Bild der gegenseitigen Vernichtung von mehr oder weniger gleichen Feinden vor Augen hat, wobei es historisch bei solchen Kriegen, auch zu den Lebzeiten Kants, eher anders gewesen ist. Auf dem Friedhof befand sich nur ein Teil des Krieges. Im Unterschied zu dem Ausrottungskrieg landet sich eine Partei des Streites bei einem Unterjochungskrieg nicht auf dem Friedhof, sondern wird zwar als Staat aufgelöst, aber dessen Volk wird entweder mit dem Volk des Siegers verschmelzt oder verfällt in dessen Knechtschaft. Ein Bestrafungskrieg oder Strafkrieg eines unabhängigen Staates gegen einen anderen unabhängigen Staat kann nach Kant nicht sein, denn die Bestrafung ist nur seitens eines Oberen gegen den Unterworfenen oder Untergegebenen erlaubt, was zwischen unabhängigen Staaten nicht der Fall ist. Aus diesem Grund schließt Kant auch ein Recht des Siegers, einen Antrag auf die Erstattung der Kriegskosten zu stellen, aus. Eine Verwandlung des besiegten Staates in eine Kolonie und des besiegten Volkes in die Leibeigenen ist unerlaubt, weil das nur im Falle eines Strafkrieges möglich wäre, der an sich widersprechend ist. Das sagt Kant wörtlich und es ist interessant, dass auf Deutsch bereits in der 4. Auflage ein Kommentar zu der Abhandlung zum ewigen Friede erschienen, herausgegeben von Ottfried Höfe. Und dort finden wir einen Aufsatz von Doyle, der sozusagen das beschreibt, was ich als Strafkriege bezeichnen kann, mit Hinweisen auf Kant. Und erstaunlicherweise wird das von dem Herausgeber nicht als schockierend wahrgenommen. Die Definition eines Angriffskrieges lautet bei Kant folgendermaßen: Ein Angriffskrieg ist der, dessen Zweck Erweiterung der Macht des Staates ist, der ihn zu führen beschließt. Als eine mögliche Ursache des Angriffskrieges sieht Kant vorhandene Armeen mit Kriegsgerüsten. Im Naturrecht Feierabend redet Kant von einem Krieg der Rache oder von einem listigen Krieg, bei dem der Feind nicht ausgerottet, sondern massiv geschwächt wird, so dass er nicht mehr gefährlich sein kann. Es gab bei Kant noch eine andere Art des Krieges, die er aber speziell nicht bezeichnete. Mit heutiger Sprache könnte man ihn vielleicht als einen ideologisch motivierten Krieg nennen. Es handelt sich um den 5. Präliminärartikel, nach dem kein Staat sich in die Verfassung und Regierung eines anderen Staates gewalttätig einmischen darf. Übrigens, allem Vermuten nach wurde der Sinn dieses Artikels damals anders gelesen. Wenn Kant hier eher dafür plädiert, andere Staaten dürfen die Revolution in Frankreich gewaltsam nicht zerschlagen, klingt der Artikel wenigstens für mich heute eher umgekehrt, nämlich die von der Ideologie geprägten Staaten dürften mit ihren Ideen und den Revolutionen anderer Staaten gewaltsam nicht beglücken. Aber wenn wir dann den Kommentar zu dieser Abhandlung wiederum lesen und den Aufsatz von Doyle, dann finden wir plötzlich folgende Lesart. Ich zitiere: Republiken sind doch bereit, Demokratie und Privateigentum gewaltsam zu schützen und zu verbreiten, ebenso die individuellen Rechte in den Nichtrepubliken, welche selbst keine Rechte auf Nichteinmischung haben. Also wenn Kant sagt, kein Staat darf in die Verfassung und Regierung eines anderen Staates gewalttätig einmischen, liest das Doyle. Demokratien, für ihn ist es wohl ein Synonym für die Republiken, dürfen in die Verfassungen und Regierungen der nicht-demokratischen Staaten einmischen. Und das ist für den Herausgeber dieser Schrift wiederum etwas, was gar nicht schockierend ist. Ich komme zu dem zweiten Punkt. Das Ehrenhafte und das Erhabene des Krieges und über den Sinn des Krieges in der Geschichte, etwas, was gerade zum Teil auch Igor besprochen hat. Der Krieg war und ist, so Kant, eine Sache der Ehre. Früher, als Bürger wie Soldaten an den Kriegen teilnahmen, war diese bürgerliche Pflicht auch eine bürgerliche Ehre, was danach durch den besonderen Kriegsstand aufgelöst wurde. Kant betrachtet den Schutz und die Verteidigung des Staates als eine Ehre, die höher als das Leben ist. Auch bei denjenigen, die Kant als sogenannte Wilden bezeichnet, ist die Kriegstapferkeit die höchste Tugend. Obwohl der Krieg mehr Böse tut, als er deren wegnimmt, nimmt er immerhin welches Böse weg. Darüber hinaus kann der Krieg auch gewissermaßen den Staat der Gleichheit und des edlen Muts hervorbringen. Der sogenannte patriotische Krieg, das heißt derjenige, der nicht dazu dient, sich Geld und Unterhalt zu erwerben, sondern sich zu erhalten. Und wenn der Soldat wieder Bürger wird, kann auch Tugenden erzeugen. In den Vorlesungen über die Moralphilosophie heißt es sogar, dass die Menschen so beschaffen sind, dass sie Kriege führen, weshalb sich immer Menschen finden, die bereit sind, Soldaten zu werden. Die berühmte Stelle in dem 28. Paragraph der Kritik der Urteilskraft stellt den Handelsgeist, der dank dem langfristigen Frieden, ich zitiere, den niedrigen Eigennutz, Feigheit und Weichlichkeit und die Denkungsart des Volkes zu erniedrigen pflegt, dem Krieg gegenüber, der, ich zitiere, etwas Erhabenes an sich hat und die Denkungsart des Volkes desto erhabener macht, je mehreren Gefahren es ausgesetzt war. Die wichtigste Bedienung einer solchen Betrachtung des Krieges besteht allerdings darin, dass dieser Krieg, wie Kant sagt, mit Ordnung und Heiligachtung der bürgerlichen Rechte geführt wird. Der Aufsatz Mutmaßlicher Anfang der Menschengeschichte zeigt eine andere wohltätige Seite des Krieges. Ohne Angst vor dem Krieg hätten die Regierenden in einem Staat kaum eine Achtung für die Menschheit gezeigt, die verschiedenartige Konsequenzen hat, nämlich Kultur, die enge Verbindung der Stände des gemeinen Wesens zur wechselseitigen Beförderung ihres Wohlstandes und der Grad der Freiheit der Bevölkerung. Als Argument für seine Position nennt Kant das Beispiel von China, das dank seiner geografischen Lage von einem Überfall geschützt ist und aus eben dem Grund alle Spur von Freiheit beseitigt hat. Zu betonen wäre hier noch, dass Kant auf solche geografische Bedingungen hinweist, die ein Gleichgewicht der Staaten schwer machen, was er in der Abhandlung zum ewigen Frieden eher ignoriert. Eine Reflexion Kants verdeutlicht noch eine Aufgabe des Krieges, die auf diese Weise in der Geschichte erledigt wird, nämlich die Epochen und der Krieg dienen dazu, ich zitiere wörtlich, damit Staaten nicht mit Menschen überfüllt werden. Zitat Ende. Der Zusatz zu der Abhandlung zum ewigen Frieden unter dem Titel von der Garantie des ewigen Friedens vermittelt ein ähnliches Bild des Krieges. Die sogenannte große künstlerische Natur hat einerseits den Menschen durch Krieg allerwärts hin selbst in die unwirtsbarsten Gegenden getrieben, sie zu bevölkern. Andererseits hat sie durch den Krieg der Menschen in mehr oder weniger gesetzliche Verhältnisse zu treten genötigt. Der Krieg ist also ein unentbehrliches Mittel der Natur, das zu ihren Zwecken dient. Bei dieser Erklärung der historischen Bedeutung des Krieges in der Abhandlung zum ewigen Frieden, fügt Kant etwas, das er früher explizit nicht zum Ausdruck gebracht hat, nämlich die Natur benutzt zwar den Krieg als Mittel, aber die Menschengattung erscheint dabei als eine Tierklasse. Die Menschen als Menschen können und sollen auch selber zu den ewigen Frieden beitragen. Andererseits ging es auch ohne diese menschlichen Bemühungen, aber länger und schlechter. In einer anderen Interpretation bedeutet die Garantie der Natur, die hier übrigens anstelle eines dritten Staates auftritt, dass die Rechtsmoral garantiert auf keine chimärischen Zwecke führt, der auch die Herrscher folgen sollen, wenn sie durch diesen Gang aufgelöst zu werden nicht wollen. Und im Widerspruch zu dem, was Kant in der Kritik der Urteilskraft betonte, hieß es in der Friedensabhandlung, ich zitiere, es ist der Handelsgeist, der mit dem Kriege nicht zusammen bestehen kann und der früher oder später sich jedes Volks bemächtigt. Zitat Ende. Die Staaten sehen sich wegen der Geldmacht also gezwungen, den edlen Frieden zu befördern und wo auch immer in der Welt Krieg auszubrechen droht, ihn durch Vermittlungen abzuwehren. Warum hört die künstliche Natur bei dem ewigen Frieden auf, den Menschen weiterzutreiben? Diese Frage stellt Kant nicht. Ob sie dann den Menschen noch weiter treibt, aber in eine andere Richtung, oder ob die Geschichte mit der Erreichung des ewigen Friedens in einem gewissen Sinne zu Ende ist, bleibt bei Kant ebenfalls ohne Antwort. Und überhaupt diese Redensweise, die große künstliche Natur, ist streng genommen sehr problematisch, denn das sagt der Verfasser der Kritik der reinen Vernunft und der Prolegomena. Wir haben gestern von Levi schon von der menschlichen Natur gehört. Das ist noch eine andere Bedeutung der Natur. Natur, dynamisch gesprochen und verstanden, und Welt mathematisch verstanden in der Kritik der reinen Vernunft. Das ist noch eine andere Bedeutung. Oder die dritte Antinomie der reinen Vernunft in der Auffassung von Prolegomena, eine Gegenüberstellung Freiheit und Natur, noch eine andere Bedeutung. Aber ich zitiere dann vielleicht Paragraph 36 aus den Prolegomena. Der Verstand schöpft seine Gesetze a priori nicht aus der Natur, sondern schreibt sie dieser vor. Und nachdem der Verstand diese Gesetze der Natur vorgeschrieben hat, hat diese große künstliche Natur eine Muße, die Menschengattung zu etwas zu treiben. Es ist etwas, was überhaupt für den Verfasser der Kritik der reinen Vernunft gar nicht passt. Aber sowas kommt ab und zu in den kantischen Schriften vor. Und darüber hinaus muss man auch sagen, die Rede von der Geschichte von jemandem, der die Zeit als eine a priorische Form der Sinnlichkeit versteht, das ist auch höchst problematisch, und dieses Problem wurde schon am Anfang des 20. Jahrhunderts in den Diskussionen über den sogenannten transzendentalen Marxismus besprochen. Aber jetzt zum Bild des Krieges bei Kant. Wenn Kant aus der Geschichte auch verschiedene Arten von Kriegen kennt, ist sein Bild des für ihn zeitgenössischen Krieges durch die Ereignisse des Siebenjährigen Krieges und der Kriege als Folge der Französischen Revolution stark geprägt. Und vieles spricht dafür, dass Kant einen Fortschritt nicht nur in der Geschichte, sondern auch in der Kriegsführung sah. In der Polemik mit Achenwall, und Achenwall ist, wie wir alle wissen, sein Autor bei den Vorlesungen über das Naturrecht. Und in der Polemik mit seinem Autor Achenwall behauptete Kant, dem stets ein strenger Rigorismus zugeschrieben wird. Ein Zitat aus diesen Vorlesungen. Ein jedes Gesetz muss durch die allgemeine Einstimmung haben entstehen können. Kann ein Staat einige Bürger zum Besten des Staats aufopfern? Nein, denn alle würden hierzu nicht gestimmt haben. Es ist möglich, dass Menschen ihre Aufopferung der Erhaltung vorziehen zum Besten des Vaterlandes. Aber das ist officium amoris, nicht aber necessitatis. Zitatsende. Und diese verneinende Antwort Kants lässt sich auch der während des Siebenjährigen Krieges entstandenen Schrift von Thomas Abt von dem Tod für das Vaterland gegenüberstellen. Interessant ist hier auch, dass Kant sagt, denn alle würden hierzu nicht gestimmt haben, nicht mehrere, nicht die Mehrheit, sondern alle. Das wird dann später für mich wichtig. Und ich frage dann in Bezug auf Kant, wenn ich ihm folge und wenn die Menschen schon so vernünftig sind, dass sie keine barbarischen und heimtückischen Mittel verwenden, sich um das Vertrauen des Gegners kümmern, das Volk des Gegners mit Kriegshandlungen bloß finanziell, aber auch hier nur proportional belasten, Kriegshandlungen mit Ordnung und Heiligachtung der bürgerlichen Rechte und nur gegen die feindliche Armee auf Schlachtfelder führen und bei dem Konflikt darüber nachdenken, wie man zukünftig dauerhaften Frieden schließt und in einem allgemeinen Völkerbund und Staat der äußerlichen Gerechtigkeit tritt, wieso sollten sie überhaupt Kriege anfangen? Wenn die Kriege so aussehen sollen, wie Kant das verschreibt, wieso sollten die Staaten und Monarchen überhaupt Kriege führen? Sie könnten doch ihre Rechte auch ohne Kriege behaupten. Und jetzt komme ich zum letzten Punkt, über die Argumentation gegen den Krieg in der Abhandlung zum ewigen Frieden und über ihre Schwierigkeiten. Im Beschluss des Abschnittes über das öffentliche Recht der Metaphysik der Sitten kommt Kant wohl zum ersten Mal zu einem eindeutigen Ergebnis seiner Ausführungen über den Krieg. Ich zitiere: Nun spricht die moralisch-praktische Vernunft in uns ihr unwiderstehliches Veto aus. Es soll kein Krieg sein, weder der, welcher zwischen mir und dir im Naturzustande, noch zwischen uns als Staaten. Denn das ist nicht die Art, wie jemand sein Recht suchen soll. Zitat zu Ende. Die Friedensabhandlung aus dem Jahre 1795-96 ist in dem Zusammenhang noch nicht so klar und deutlich. Dazu enthält sie noch die geschichtsphilosophische Deutung des Krieges. Hat Kant also tatsächlich seine Einstellung 2 Jahre später einigermaßen verändert? In den Präliminär- und Definitivartikeln der Friedensabhandlung findet sich verschiedenartige Argumentation zugunsten des Friedens, die zwar in erster Linie rechtsphilosophisch gerichtet ist, aber an sich aus diversen Quellen stammt und ziemlich heteronom ist. Das heißt, sowohl geografisch als auch wirtschaftlich, als auch moralphilosophisch. Und in dem Zusatz von der Garantie lässt sich noch geschichtsphilosophische und sogar pseudoreligiöse Argumente entdecken. Warum sieht Kants Argumentation in der Friedensschrift so heteronom aus? Geografische Argumente von der Erdfläche, von der künstlichen Natur, der Verstand selber Gesetze vorschreibt, sind meines Erachtens nicht besonders kompatibel. Einerseits behauptete Kant, dass durch die Bevölkerung der ganzen Erde die Natur den Menschen dazu zwingt, überall miteinander in Verbindung zu kommen und einen friedlichen Umgang miteinander zu suchen. Jedoch wies Kant auf China hin, das aus eben geografischen Gründen gar kein Interesse daran gehabt hatte. Das gilt in historischer Perspektive auch für Japan. Die geografische Lage von Preußen und von Vereinigten Staaten von Amerika ist prinzipiell anders. Die günstige geografische Lage könnte umgekehrt ein Gefühl der Verborgenheit produzieren und dadurch Kriege gegen die schwächeren Staaten provozieren, die geografisch gar nicht geschützt sind. Gelegentlich war bei Kant von einem Recht des Gleichgewichts aller einander tätig berührenden Staaten der Rede. Er meinte hier zwar einen schlechten Ersatz des ewigen Friedens in Form der sogenannten Balance der Mächte in Europa, der für ihn lediglich ein Hirngespinst ist. Denn diese Balance ist ebenso leicht zu ruinieren wie Swifts Haus. Aber immerhin handelt es sich dabei um ein gewisses Gleichgewicht. Dass dieses Gleichgewicht aus eben geografischen Gründen schwer vorzustellen wäre, ignoriert Kant ebenfalls. eines der wichtigsten Argumente rechtsphilosophischer Natur, das mit der Republik außer deren kein Heil in der Frage des Krieges sei, verbunden ist, besteht darin, dass die Bürger selbst entscheiden sollen, ob man den Krieg beginnt oder nicht. Und entsprechende Passagen kann man auch in dem Streit der Fakultäten und in dem handschriftlichen Nachlass finden. Kant war also der Meinung, dass die Bürger im Unterschied zu den Herrschern, die Krieg als eine Lustpartie anfangen, ohne dabei selber leiden zu müssen, vor dem Gesicht aller Drangsale des Krieges, das heißt hohe Kosten mit eigenen Beiträgen, eigene Beteiligung an den Kriegshandlungen, Verwüstung, Schuldenlast und so weiter, also kaum einen Krieg als so schlimmes Spiel anfangen werden. In diese Argumentation werden also auch solche Gründe hineingeflochten, die eigentlich zu den wirtschaftlichen Überlegungen gehören, nämlich eine Erschöpfung im Laufe der Kriegshandlungen, Verwüstung, hohe Kosten und so weiter. Warum Kant davon überzeugt ist, dass die Bürger oder sogar lauter Neukantianer den Krieg ablehnen werden, ist schwer zu nachvollziehen, besonders aufgrund der Erfahrung der Weltkriege des 20. Jahrhunderts. Der militärische Enthusiasmus und Kriegspropaganda können nicht weniger wirksam sein als der Enthusiasmus in Bezug auf die Französische Revolution, den Kant so gepriesen hat. Viele Befürworter des Krieges rechnen gar nicht mit dem, was Kant aus dem Bereich der Wirtschaft anführt. Damit sollten doch ihre Gegner rechnen. Und dass der Krieg eben aufgrund der Verschuldungen entstehen kann, dass er nicht nur Last und Schulden bringt, sondern für viele auch ein lukratives Unternehmen sein kann. Darüber wollte Kant auch nicht nachdenken. Die Soldaten fehlen in kantischen Beispielen der passiven Staatsbürger in seiner Schrift Metaphysik der Sitten im ersten Buch über die Rechtslehre. Es scheint aber, dass sie ganz gute Kandidaten dafür sein könnten. Der Soldat ist, kantianisch gesprochen, Instrument des Krieges oder eine bloße Maschine und ein Werkzeug in den Händen derjenigen, die mit ihnen wie mit Zangen das glühende Eisen aus den Kohlen herauslangen. Da Kant zwischen nützlich an sich selbst und nützlich als ein Mittel unterschied, betonte er, dass die Dummheit der Menschen sehr wohl zum Nutzen sein kann. Ich zitiere, ein einfältiger Soldat, eine rechte Maschine ist dem Offizier sehr nützlich. Oder Kant sagt sogar, eine Syllogistik für die Soldaten sei überflüssig. Aber bei der republikanischen Verfassung sollten eigentlich keine Soldaten sein, sondern nur eine freiwillige Miliz mit regelmäßigen Übungen. Die Frage lautet aber, was diejenigen tun sollen, die als Bürger unter republikanischer Verfassung gegen den Krieg abgestimmt haben, während die Mehrheit dafür gewesen ist. Sie erinnern sich ja noch, ich habe dann ein Zitat aus dem Naturrecht Feierabend angeführt, wo Kant so wörtlich sagt, alle werden dazu nicht stimmen. Es ist aber eine Frage, was oder wie soll ein Gegenstand aussehen, bei dem alle ohne Ausnahme dafür stimmen werden. Kant antwortet auf diese Frage nicht, was diejenigen sollen tun, die dagegen abgestimmt haben und letztendlich verloren haben. Indirekt gehört zu der Gruppe von moralphilosophischen Argumenten Kants Ausführungen über die Versuche, einen Kriegsangriff mit dem Hinweis auf die Schriften, wie er sagt, lauter, lediger Tröster zu rechtfertigen. Die Tatsache, dass im 18. Jahrhundert beim Krieg immer wieder geheuchelt wird, um einen gewissen Schein des Rechts zu demonstrieren, ist für Kant ein Zeichen des Fortschritts, das von der moralischen Anlage in Menschen bezeugt. Gerade dort, wo man bei Kant eher moral- oder rechtsphilosophische Begründung erwartet, taucht bei ihm ein Argument auf, das im besten Falle zur Klugheitslehre und zu einem hypothetischen Imperativ gehören kann. So erörterte er im zweiten Anhang die Frage, ob einige kleine Staaten ein Recht zu einem gemeinsamen Angriff auf die groß gewordene benachbarte Macht besitzen, von der sie sich eine Bedrohung fühlen, ohne vorher jedoch beleidigt zu sein. Und die Antwort Kants klingt negativ. Interessant ist aber ihre Begründung. Die große Macht käme in einem solchen Fall zuvor. Und wenn nicht, dann wäre das erlaubt. Kant behauptet also, diese Maxime der Staatsklugheit, öffentlich erklärt, vereitelt also notwendig ihre eigene Absicht und ist folglich ungerecht. Als ungerecht gilt hier folglich nicht eine Verletzung der Rechte der anderen, nicht ein Verstoß gegen das Veto eigener moralisch-praktischen Vernunft, sondern nur ein Misslingen des Unternehmens. Und wenn wir dazu noch Kants Verständnis für die Heuchelei in der Politik ins Betracht ziehen, dann könnte das gleichzeitig heißen, kein Krieg sei in diesem Fall ein Angriffskrieg. Alles seien nur Präventivkriege. Und eine rechtzeitige und offene Kriegsankündigung im Stile des russischen Großfürsten Svjatoslav Igorewitsch aus dem 10. Jahrhundert, ich werde gegen euch ziehen, von der die berühmte Nestor-Chronik berichtet, ist in dem Fall ein dummer und komischer Anachronismus. Das nächste Problem in der Argumentation Kants resultiert sich aus einem zeitbedingten Inhalt. Der 6. Präliminärartikel ist darauf gerichtet, das Vertrauen des Gegners selbst im Krieg zu bewahren. Dieser ganz wichtige Gedanke, der kaum zu überschätzen ist, setzt aber voraus, dass man den Gegner als jemanden betrachtet, der gleichberechtigt ist und mündig ist, selbst wenn das in Bezug auf die Staaten nur in einem übertragenen Sinne trefflich wäre. Bei vielen Ausrottungskriegen gegen diejenigen, die bei Kant als sogenannte Wilden vorkommen, war das sicherlich nicht der Fall. Und da wir heute und gestern schon so öfters über Hegel was gehört haben, auch bei Hegel in seinen Grundlinien der Philosophie des Rechts kommt sowas im Paragraph 351. Hegel sagt dann, dass die Souveränität eines Staates, der auf einer niedrigen Stufe steht, ist nur etwas Formelles und nicht ernst zu nehmen. Man könnte darauf erwidern, solche Kriege wären Ende des 18. Jahrhunderts bereits die Vergangenheit und aus dem Grund für den auf die Idee des Fortschritts fixierten Kant nicht mehr relevant. Aber das sollte für ihn aus einem anderen Grund höchst aktuell sein. Obgleich Kant die republikanische Verfassung nicht mit der Form des Staates oder mit der Regierungsart verwechselte, was auch eine republikanische Verfassung in einer Monarchie möglich machte, ist es schwer zu bestreiten, dass es eben die Französische Revolution und die Französische Republik waren, mit denen Kant alle seine Hoffnungen auf den Fortschritt in der Geschichte und im Naturrecht verband. In einer Reflexion Kants heißt es, ich zitiere, wie wenn der Krieg aufhört, wenn Freiheit und Gleichheit, welche die Ursachen sind, dass kein Krieg entsteht, der Kultur auch immer bessere Handlungen und so das Fortschreiten ohne Ende hervorbringen können. Zitat Ende. die Diskrepanz zwischen der sogenannten a priorischen und a posteriorischen Geschichte noch eine, sage ich mal so, Häresie Kants aus der Mitte der 80er Jahre des 18. Jahrhunderts, wenn wir dann das alles mit der Kritik der reinen Vernunft vergleichen. Also diese Diskrepanz zwischen der a priorischen und a posteriorischen Geschichte ist hier besonders deutlich. Kant wollte gar nicht sehen, dass nicht nur Revolution und Republikanismus in Frankreich von der Seite der europäischen Monarchien bedroht waren, sondern auch umgekehrt. Die Revolution und die Republik bedeuteten nicht nur Gleichheit und Freiheit, sondern auch Krieg, wobei ein großer europäischer Krieg. Kant wollte also Frankreich in Schutz nehmen und von einem Revolutionskrieg wollte er dagegen nichts wissen. Dass es in einem Revolutionskrieg der Gegner als ein Unmündiger betrachtet wurde, wessen Vertrauen aus dem Grund wohl gleichgültig wäre, zeigte sein Zeitgenosse Johann Nikolaus Tetens im Jahre 1802 ganz deutlich. Ein deutsch-dänischer Philosoph, und wir haben heute schon von Dänemark im 20. Jahrhundert gehört, die Lage von Tetens Anfang des 19. Jahrhunderts war anders. Er sitzt in Kopenhagen und Dänemark wird von beiden Seiten gleichzeitig bedroht, von der englischen Flotte oder von der Revolutionsarmee Frankreichs. Und man sollte wählen, von wem Dänemark geschlagen wird. Letztendlich war das die englische Flotte. Vermutlich unabsichtigt bietet Tetens eine Möglichkeit für fast wörtliche Vergleiche mit der Einstellung Kants in seinem Aufklärungsartikel, zu der Zeit, als Kant schon praktisch das vergessen hat und nicht mehr von der Aufklärung in dem Sinne des Artikels aus dem Jahre 1784 gesprochen hat. Tetens behauptet in dieser Schrift Betrachtungen über die gegenseitigen Befugnisse der kriegsführenden Mächte und der Neutralen auf der See, 1802. Ein Zitat, ein längeres Zitat. Wenn man die sogenannten höheren Zwecke der Menschheit, die Zivilisierung, Einführung besserer Kultur, Veredelung der Menschheit, Freimachung, Gleichmachung und dergleichen als gerechte Ursachen zu Kriegen aufstellen sieht, so kann man sich des Wunsches nicht erwehren, dass der gesunde Menschenverstand Europa vor neuen Versuchen mit solchen Theorien behüten möge. Die alten Religionskriege waren darin doch gutmütiger, dass es ein Himmelreich war, was man den Völkern aufzwingen wollte, womit weder Freiheit noch Kultur noch Humanität verglichen werden kann. Es ist eine gefährliche Maxime, sich für befugt halten, das Gute und Nützliche, was man richtig oder unrichtig dafür erkennt, anderen, die es nicht dafür erkennen, wieder ihr Wollen und ihr Streben aufzudringen, wenn man die Macht dazu hat. Anderen selbsttätigen Menschen nämlich, denen man nicht als Untergeordneten zu befehlen hat oder die nicht als Unmündige und Kinder oder als Blödsinnige und Rasende angesehen und behandelt werden dürfen. Zitat Ende. Seit der Mitte der 90er Jahre des 20. Jahrhunderts diskutiert man auch die Friedensschrift Kants im Kontext der sogenannten humanitären Bombardierungen, was als eine moderne Entwicklung der Revolutionskriege zu betrachten wäre. Und die Positionen der Autoren, ob Kant erlaube, das zu unternehmen, sind zwar kontrovers, aber jedenfalls sind auch Befürworter vorhanden. Was ohne Zweifel aber steht, ist die Tatsache, dass auch mit Hinweis auf Kant keine bewaffneten Argumente bewogen wurden, sodass der Satz Kants in Bezug auf die Völkerrechtler lauter ledige Tröster zu ihm selbst leider zurückgekehrt ist. Ich danke für Ihre Aufmerksamkeit.
Vielen Dank. Falls jetzt noch jemand möchte, bitte fragen.
Ja, vielen Dank für den interessanten Vortrag. Nur eine kleine Frage. Du hattest ja den Begriff der Natur, den Kant in dem Kontext verwendet, kontrastiert mit dem Naturbegriff in der Kritik der reinen Vernunft und den Prolegomena. Da hätte ich die Frage, ist das nicht, müsste man da nicht die Ebenen unterscheiden, ist das nicht doch sehr unterschiedlicher oder sind das nicht unterschiedliche Naturbegriffe, mit denen Kant da arbeitet? Also auf der einen Seite dieser transzendental-logische Begriff einer Natur jetzt formaliter verstanden, die Gesetze, die der Verstand sozusagen konstituiert, und auf der anderen Seite ja doch ein wesentlich ein empirischer Begriff der Natur. Ist das nicht doch eine Ebenenunterscheidung, die man da mit einbeziehen müsste?
Man könnte auf verschiedene Weise versuchen, diese Diskrepanz zu lösen oder überhaupt dieses Problem zu behandeln. Und ich stimme gerne zu, dass die Perspektive in diesen Aufsätzen über die Geschichtsphilosophie aus den 80er Jahren des 18. Jahrhunderts einerseits und in der Kritik der reinen Vernunft verschieden ist. Trotzdem würde ich folgende Frage stellen. Kann ein Transzendentalphilosoph überhaupt von der großen künstlerischen Natur in dem Sinne reden? Ja oder nein? Kant wurde mal zu einer Professur der Beredsamkeit, also für Poesie berufen, was er doch abgelehnt hat. Ob zum Glück oder nicht, das können wir wohl nicht entscheiden. Und er hat ein paar Gedichte, Epitaphe geschrieben, als Professor an der Universität in Königsberg. Hätte das ein Dichter, Immanuel Kant, geschrieben, die große künstlerische Natur, dann wäre das nachvollziehbar. Selbst wenn das derjenige Mann gewesen ist, der gleichzeitig auch philosophische Abhandlungen schreibt. Aber im philosophischen Sinne ist es sehr bedenklich, wie wir überhaupt selbst in dem empirischen Sinne von einer solchen Natur reden können. Denn auch in diesem empirischen Sinne ist diese Natur doch wenigstens von dieser formalen Seite etwas, was ich als Gegenstand oder als Objekt gestaltet habe. Und man könnte vielleicht so sagen, es gibt solche Arbeiten bei Kant, die gewisse Experimente darstellen. Und Prolegomen ist auch ein so Experiment, denn vieles, was dort steht, kommt später nicht in der zweiten Auflage der Kritik der reinen Vernunft vor. Und Kant ist ein solcher Geist, der ständig in der Entwicklung ist. Es ist auch vielleicht gut so, dass er wenigstens lange Zeit versucht, immer wieder was Neues zu finden, selbst bei dem, was schon lapidar irgendwie in irgendeiner Schrift stand. Aber wenn wir von dieser Geschichtsphilosophie reden, nach 1784 kommt Kant kein einziges Mal dazu, noch um etwas zu vielleicht korrigieren oder etwas hinzuzusetzen. Und für mich sind das eher sporadische Gedanken eines großen Mannes, die zwar zu einem bestimmten Zeitpunkt zum Ausdruck gebracht worden sind, aber die für seine gesamte Philosophie relativ schlecht passen. So würde ich die Frage beantworten.
Ja, vielen Dank.
Actually, this follows up your question, Daniel, because I think, as far as I understand him, that when he speaks about the great artist nature, he's referring to this notion of the technique of nature from the third critique, which, as you actually said in the beginning of your talk, is part of the reflective judging of nature. So it's not a determinative judgment. So there's another way to talk about nature. But also another thing that I could say that somewhat brings back to what you just said, that in the Perpetual Peace, sometimes Kant seems not to be serious. He's been joking a bit. And actually, as far as I get it, this natura dedala rerum, he uses the Latin expression, is from Lucretius, who is an Epicurean, an atomist. So there's nothing künstlerisch in nature in here. So, and he says, oh, even in mechanism, there's something artful. So this might be a case of Kant in, like winking with an eye, kind of having a semi-serious joke, but I'm not sure. But still, he has this whole theory of a technique of nature in the third critique. And another comment maybe that I would like to make, I really like that you referred to Kant's taking a stance on, or not taking a stance on wars that were close to his lifetime. And I wanted to ask you about the Great Northern War that ended just before he was born. The city of Riga was transferred from Swedish to Russian hands, but still he could publish the first two critiques in Riga. And so on. So did he ever refer to this, his like, bliske zarubezje, his close neighborhood, and the way those wars not always resulted in destruction and so on and so forth? Yeah.
Ach, ich habe vergessen, was dann am Anfang war, in der Mitte und am Ende. Dann antworte ich darauf und später wiederholen Sie dann vielleicht die erste Frage noch. Also das Problem für mich ist nicht, dass die Natur irgendwie eine Künstlerin ist, sondern überhaupt, dass wir von der Natur in dem Sinne reden können. Man kann als Transzendentalphilosoph vieles erreichen. Und Kant hat da bestimmte Verdienste und da ist er vielleicht wirklich am Gipfel seines Könnens. Aber die Transzendentalphilosophie hat ihre deutlichen Grenzen. Wir haben gestern ziemlich viel von Limits gesprochen. Und diese Grenze liegt eben für mich darin, dass ich auf diese Weise von der Natur nicht reden darf, solange ich ein Transzendentalphilosoph bin. Wenn ich einfach ein Mann, der am Tisch zusammen mit seinen Tischgästen sitze, und Kant war eben ein so geselliger Mensch, dann kann man plaudern, was man will. Nun, für die überzeugende Position eines Transzendentalphilosophes sehe ich diese Möglichkeit nicht so deutlich. Riga, Nordkriege und vielleicht 7-jährige Krieg, ich habe einiges dazu gesagt, aber das war vielleicht viel zu kurz, was ich damit gemeint habe. Kant hätte immer sagen können, was Krieg ist, weiß ich aus meiner eigenen Erfahrung. Ich habe doch den 7-jährigen Krieg erlebt. Und Sie wissen, dass er 4,5 Jahre die russische Staatsangehörigkeit gehabt hat. Aber was war dieser 7-jährige Krieg für Königsberg? Heute ist es kaum vorstellbar. Nur ein paar Beispiele. Die russischen Truppen kommen dann so etwa am 21. oder am 20. Januar. Die marschieren ein nach Königsberg. Und da das am Abend gewesen ist und keine Wohnungen dafür schon vorbestimmt worden sind, wo haben diese Truppen die erste Nacht übernachten? Januar. Gut, vielleicht waren manche aus meiner Heimat, ich komme aus Novosibirsk, aber am 20. Januar draußen zu übernachten ist selbst für die Sibirer ein bisschen extrem. Können Sie heutzutage sowas vorstellen, dass der Krieg auf diese Weise überhaupt läuft? Und Kant hätte, wie gesagt, immer sagen können, naja, ich habe gesehen, was ein Krieg ist. Und dieser Krieg hat auf diese Weise abgespielt. Er hat im Casino mit den Offizieren aus Österreich und aus Russland gespielt. Er hatte dann Militärarchitektur den russischen Offizieren deutscher Abstammung unterrichtet oder so etwa. So war ein Krieg für ihn. Und ich fürchte, das hat zum einen wesentlichen Teil sein Bild des Krieges beeinflusst, so dass er, ja, zwar weiß er, Peloponnesischer Krieg und jeder, der wenigstens das Alte und das Neue Testament mal gelesen hat, da braucht man nicht mehr nach Grausamkeiten zu fragen. Und trotzdem war es irgendwie so, dass er wohl tatsächlich gedacht hat, es kann auch so milder vorgehen, nicht besonders Schlimmeres, nur finanziell ist es vielleicht manchmal teuer, mehr nicht. Aber das, was man bezahlt hat, kann man auch als Gage für den Unterricht bei den Offizieren zurückerhalten. Das meine ich mit dieser seltsamen Erfahrung Kants. Und wie gesagt, ich glaube, das ist nicht ohne Spuren für seine Ausführungen über den Krieg. Was Sie dann in Bezug auf Riga gesprochen haben, ich weiß wenigstens so gut wie gar nichts, dass er irgendwie von dieser Erfahrung etwas mitbekommen hat. Für ihn war schon Riga von Anfang an eine Stadt im zaristischen Russland und dass er dort die Kritik der reinen Vernunft gedruckt hat, das kann man mehr oder weniger dadurch erklären, dass er einen persönlichen Kontakt mit Johann Friedrich, Johann Friedrich, glaube ich, Johann Friedrich Hartknoch gehabt hat. Er hat an der Universität in Königsberg studiert. Er war ein Mitstreiter des Königsberger Verlegers namens Kanter. Später wurde er selbstständig in Riga und Kant hat eine Wohnung im Hause von Kanter gemietet. Mehr noch, ein Verleger und ein Freimaurer, damals war das praktisch Synonyme, und die Loge der Freimaurer von Kanter hat sich in seinem Haus gesammelt und Hartknoch war ein Sekretär von dieser Loge. Kant war ein Gegner der geschlossenen Gesellschaften, aber auf diese Weise ist er zum Kontakt mit Hartknoch gekommen. Und später gab es auch welche Kontakte. Sein jüngerer Bruder war auch in der Region Pastor. Herder ist gekommen nach Königsberg, hat bei ihm studiert. Und was der Briefwechsel angeht, da sehen wir ständige Kontakte. Aber irgendetwas von den Kriegshandlungen oder von der ehemaligen Geschichte am Anfang des 18. Jahrhunderts, Nordkriege, ich habe nie etwas in irgendeinem Brief oder in irgendeiner Schrift oder in irgendeiner Biografie gesehen.
Eine Kurzfrage zum Ende. Ich glaube, dass wir nun schon alle ziemlich erschöpft sind.
Die letzten beißende Hunde.
Okay. Nur sehr schnell, ich bin sehr dankbar, dass du so erschöpfend über Kants Kriegstheorie gesprochen hast, weil natürlich normalerweise spricht man über Frieden und so weiter und man vergisst, dass eine ganze Sphäre gibt, die uns einen anderen Kant malt. Und diese Sphäre, diese Texte zeigen uns einen ziemlich normalen, ordentlichen Kant, die nicht viel Interessantes zu sagen hat, glaube ich sogar, der einfach den Vorlagen juristischen Theorien seiner Zeit und der Auffassungen seiner Zeit über den Krieg folgt. Und damit entsteht die Frage, die schon berührt worden ist, über die innere Konsistenz von Kants Werk. Das wäre das Erste. Glaubst du, und du hast anscheinend diese Antwort schon gegeben, also es gibt ein Werk im Werden, man muss nicht alle Teile seines Opus auf derselben Ebene lesen. Ist das so? Das ist das eine. Und das andere wäre aber dennoch, Kant war immer sehr, würde ich sagen, ziemlich vorsichtig. Er stimmte nicht dem Revolutionsrecht. Keiner hat ein politisches Recht zur Revolution. Man kann eine Revolution wahrnehmen, aber sie eher als ein Naturereignis zu erklären. Also als ob er sich nicht in die konkrete politische Ereignisse einmischen wollte. Und das stimmt auch mit dem gut zusammen, dass er sehr selten, und hier wird das eigentlich problematisch, sehr selten über seinen Fürsten, seinen König kritisch äußerte. Er wollte sich angeblich nicht in die Politik einmischen. Warum so und welche Konsequenzen würde das für seine eigene Philosophie haben? Und ich stimme zu, es ist erstaunlich, dass er einen Königen, der immer Kriege geführt hat, noch ein Muster des Fürsten malte. Okay, danke.
Stichwort Konsistenz. Ich kann vielleicht dann anders die Frage umformulieren, um sie noch also nehmen wir an, 1795 ist eine anonyme Schrift erschienen mit dem Titel Zum ewigen Frieden. Wir wissen bis heute nicht, wer der Verfasser gewesen ist. Meine Frage ist, hätten wir heute über diese Schrift gesprochen oder nicht? Oder wäre diese Schrift ebenso in Vergessenheit geraten wie viele andere? Herr Höfe hat über diese Schrift so gesprochen, als ob das quasi die einzige gewesen ist. Herder hat ein großes Kapitel in den Briefen über die Humanität, über den ewigen Frieden geschrieben. Da gab es Sammelbände über verschiedene Abhandlungen, die zu diesem Thema geschrieben sind und publiziert sind. Hätten wir nicht gewusst, dass diese Schrift der Verfasser der Grundlegung zur Metaphysik der Sitten und der Kritik der reinen Vernunft geschrieben, wäre es auch so, dass diese Schrift irgendeine deutliche und merkbare Bedeutung für das gesellschaftliche, politische und rechtliche Leben heute gehabt hat oder nicht. Das ist reine Spekulation. Wir können selbstverständlich antworten, wie wir wollen. Das kann man weder verifizieren noch falsifizieren. Aber wenn ich selber dann die Frage gestellt habe, hätte ich auf diese Frage eher Nein beantwortet. Denn wäre die Kritik der reinen Vernunft anonym erschienen, wäre das eine große Schrift der Philosophiegeschichte von irgendeinem unbekannten Mann oder vielleicht Frau geschrieben. Zum ewigen Frieden, ohne zu betonen, dass das eine Schrift von demjenigen der über den kategorischen Imperativ geschrieben hat und die Transzendentalphilosophie neue Art entwickelt hat, hätte, glaube ich, dieser Schritt heute viel weniger Bedeutung gehabt. Und Kant war nicht immer tiefgründlich und in bester Form, in bester Lage. Und zu erwarten, dass jemand und wirklich, ja, man kann vielleicht von einem Dichter sowas erwarten, von manchen. Haben wir noch ein paar Minuten? Als ich noch in der Schule gelernt habe, habe ich begonnen, Heine auf Deutsch zu lesen. Und Lorelei, ich weiß nicht, was soll es bedeuten, dass ich so traurig bin. Ein Märchen aus alten Zeiten, das kommt mir nicht aus dem Sinn. Die Luft ist kühl und es dunkelt und ruhig fließt der Rhein. Der Gipfel des Berges funkelt im Abendsonnenschein. Und dieses Wort Abendsonnenschein, ich habe gedacht, unglaublich, wie schön das klingt. Dann beginne ich Heine zu lesen. Plötzlich merke ich, jedes zweite, dritte Gedicht Abendsonnenschein, Abendsonnenschein, Abendsonnenschein. Ich war unglaublich enttäuscht. Bei manchen Dichtern ist es besser, eine Auslese, ausgewählte Gedichte zu lesen und nicht das Ganze. Es gibt ein paar Ausnahmen. Ich weiß nicht, wie es bei Prescher, aber bei Puschkin ist es anders. Da kann man praktisch alles lesen. Von einem Philosophen zu erwarten, dass er seit 1705 die Erstlinke 46 bis 49 und bis 1802 immer wieder eine Kontinuität und alles ist wirklich derselben Qualität und auch aus verschiedenen Fachrichtungen. Ich glaube, dann möchten wir von Kant so erwarten, was von einem Menschen kaum zu erwarten ist. Und Kant hat genug geschrieben und er hat wirklich unglaubliche Meisterwerke. Aber andererseits hat er auch manche Schwächen und die Artikel über die Geschichtsphilosophie, für mich auch die Abhandlung zum ewigen Frieden, gehört nicht zu seinen Gipfeln. Und wenn wir dann die erste Auflage der Kritik der reinen Vernunft vergleichen mit der zweiten, mit den Prolegomena, dann sehen wir, geschweige dann der sogenannte vorkritische und kritische Kant. Hegelianisch gesprochen, wie kann man dann identisch sein? Wie kann man dann die Wahrheit nicht als Prozess, sondern als eine Münze, als bare Münze nehmen in irgendeinem bestimmten Zustand? Und da ist Kant tatsächlich in einer Entwicklung. Und für mich ist es eher eine gute Seite des alten Philosophen aus Königsberg, dass er nicht auf eine dogmatische Weise dasselbe predigt, was er noch als Kind in diesem Gymnasium Fridericianum gelernt hat. Und politische Bedeutung und politische Ereignisse. Man kann vielleicht nicht sagen, dass er so ganz aus den politischen Ereignissen sich selbst rausgenommen hat, wenigstens in Bezug auf die französische Philosophie, was seine Gespräche angeht. Und manche Sätze finden wir dann auch in seinen Schriften, die Revolution einer großen Nation und so weiter. Aber wenn die Franzosen versucht haben, ihn einzumischen in die französischen Angelegenheiten, hat er das strikt abgelehnt. Und es gibt auch solche Darstellungen, dass er sich selbst als Beobachter betrachtet hat. Vielleicht ist das eine richtige philosophische Position. Ich weiß nicht. Jedenfalls, es ist nicht so, dass er servil im schlimmsten Sinne des Wortes gewesen ist oder dass er nun wirklich irgendeine Angst gehabt hat. Letztendlich gab es solche Konflikte in Bezug auf die Religionsschrift oder mit dem nächsten König. Aber vielleicht die Zeit als a priorische Form. Gleichzeitig lebte er in der empirischen Zeit in Preußen des 18. Jahrhunderts, aber als nominales Wesen war er woanders. Und vielleicht das war eher der Grund, warum er bis zu einem gewissen Grade ab und zu von den unmittelbaren politischen, historischen Ereignissen distanziert hat.
Diesen schönen Schlussworten wurde Kant jetzt doch noch gerettet. Vielleicht sollte man lieber nur die 3 Kritiken lesen, wenn man nicht so viel Zeit hat. Vielen Dank.
Organization of the conference, personally in the name of the Institute for Philosophy and Social Theory from the University of Belgrade, but also in the name of Faculty of Philosophy, University of Ljubljana, Goethe Institute, Humboldt Institute, and I want to thank to Cankarjev Dom for being host of it, and also to thank to all the people who participated in various ways by helping us with the technique, with the photo and with the video. I think that we have an enjoyable time here, and what I think all the people I talk with agree. There are many conferences I was who started with the presupposition that we are not just doing historical philosophy with a Kant, but we want to apply Kant to real problems in nowadays. And I have impression that we succeeded, at least in that we all know about what we are talking when we're talking about the world today, and we indirectly and directly applied what we know to the current situation. I think we should all personally, and I at least think and want to personally mostly have greatest thanks to the team in Ljubljana who worked, to Zdravko, Martin, Goran, Bojana and Lea, who did the greatest job in making this who made the greatest job to make this possible for us, for all of us to be here. So, thanks.